Hi guys, it's me, Charles Leclerc, and welcome to the final qualifying day of 2022 for, of course, the final Grand Prix of the season in Abu Dhabi, the 2022 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix at the Yas Marina circuit. Hope you're all doing well on what is a very, in terms of weather, nice Saturday morning, but it is freezing cold. It is bitterly cold still, like I said it was. The previous couple days, where obviously I've been building up to what's going to happen this weekend. But great to see you all here for, like I said, the final qualifying day and the final practice session of 2022. And of course, practice 3 beginning in just under 15 minutes time. And, you know, after practice 2 yesterday, and obviously we'll get into the results of practice 1 and practice 2 so you guys know, in general, what's happened so far this weekend and what the, general pace is looking like between all the teams so far this weekend. It's not looking too bad. It's looking a bit more exciting, I would say, than I expected. Mercedes definitely seems to be a bit quicker over a single lap, which is good to see. Because we know, obviously, on race day, they'll be very competitive, but it is qualifying where they are lacking a bit, and that's where they do come up short a few times in 2022, even though, of course, they did win the the Sao Paulo Grand Prix last weekend in Brazil. And also, midfield looking, as usual, pretty competitive, and we've got some very good drivers towards the front of that midfield pack, looking very good. Ocon, Alonso, Ricciardo, Norris, Vettel, Bottas. So yeah, looking good from the midfield perspective. But practice 3 won't be the most representative session because, of course, the conditions compared to what it will be like for qualifying will be quite a bit different. But we should, we should still get a decent idea of what the pace is looking like. Mostly, I would say, from practice 3 still, because I mean, when this session does come to a close, it's then a further 2.5 hours until qualifying does begin. So yeah, it again won't be the most representative practice 3 of the season, but it will still give us a decent idea of what's going to happen in qualifying. Just want to say quickly, again, hello to all of you watching. Great to see you here. And no matter what time it is in your part of the world, no matter what part of the world you are from, I hope you're all having the best time possible at the moment, given whatever circumstances you are going through. And I hope that you'll be joining me for the day today, obviously covering practice 3 and qualifying later on. And let's hope that it is an exciting qualifying session in Abu Dhabi to finish what's been, from a qualifying perspective, it's been decently exciting this season. It hasn't been as good as 2021, where it was very competitive and very exciting, the qualifying sessions last year. But we've had a lot more difference of results in qualifying this year than we've had in the races also this year. Obviously, Red Bull winning 16 of the 21 races so far, but they've only ended up, I think, starting on pole in 2022 7 times. So, yeah, qualifying has been very exciting and hard to predict in this season. And let's hope that it, is the same for today. But before we get into, what to look out for in this practice 3 session coming up, let's get into the results of practice 1 and practice 2. From yesterday. So practice 1, let's get into those results. Again, not the most representative session, and we did have quite a few reserve drivers driving in first practice, but it was Lewis Hamilton who ended up P1 with George Russell in second, Leclerc third, Perez fourth, Liam Lawson replacing Max Verstappen in the Red Bull finishing up in fifth, and then Vettel, Schwartzman, Ricciardo, Bottas and Albon completing the top 10. And then for the rest of the field, it was Gasly, Ocon, Tsunoda, Kubica, Sargent, Magnussen, Fittipaldi, O'Ward, Doohan, and Drugovich. Of course, many names you won't be that familiar with, replacing the main race drivers in first practice. Good to see, though, a lot of them getting, a decent amount of laps in those respective cars and teams. Second practice, though, was the real representative session that we've had so far, and it did point to a pecking order of sorts going into qualifying day today, which is Max Verstappen definitely, I think, going into today being the favourite for pole position. He was P1 in practice 2, 3.5 tenths of a second clear of the next quickest car, which was surprisingly George Russell in the Mercedes, and then it was Leclerc third, Hamilton fourth, Perez fifth, and Carlos Sainz in P6. Again, Mercedes surprisingly quicker over a single lap than I expected, and Ferrari at a bit mystified as to why they were lacking so much pace, because normally over a single lap they are, even if Red Bull are quicker, they're not that bad over a single lap. But yeah, they were miles away from Max Verstappen. And also interesting to note, as I did in my qualifying preview from last night, if you haven't seen that, by the way, make sure to go and check it out. Link below in the description. Interesting to see that Russell was ahead of Lewis Hamilton by 3 tenths of a second, given Lewis is just so quick here. But yeah, Red Bull definitely looking to be the favourites coming into today, and I'd say for this weekend in general. And then you add Ocon, Alonso, Ricciardo, and Bottas completing the top 10. Alpine looking very good, not really a massive surprise there. Ricciardo, though, in what could be his final F1 weekend, and definitely final weekend for McLaren, looking very competitive. He's not normally been massively quick here at this circuit in years past, so yeah, a bit surprising Ricciardo was up in P9. Valtteri Bottas P10, good to see. Norris in P11, obviously he was replaced in practice 1 by Patricio O'Ward, so he probably needs a few more laps than normal in this practice session just to get his confidence going for qualifying, but I'm sure in qualifying he'll be absolutely fine. And then for the rest of the field, it is, or was, Vettel, Zhou, Stroll, Tsunoda, Albon, Schumacher, Magnussen, Gasly, and Latifi. But yeah, coming into this practice 3 session and coming into qualifying today, I would say, sorry, I would say the pecking order is most likely Red Bull quickest, then Mercedes, then Ferrari, and then Alpine 4th, McLaren 5th, Aston Martin I still think will probably be the 6th quickest team, with then Alfa Romeo 7th, AlphaTauri 8th, Williams 9th, and Haas in 10th. So yeah, that's what I think the pecking order is at the moment. The only things I think really could change are probably Ferrari moving maybe ahead of Mercedes. Again, we have to see, though, whether Ferrari do genuinely have a bit more pace in hand. And yeah, McLaren, I'm sure, can make some improvements with Lando Norris. And AlphaTauri, I'm expecting a bit more from them, and for them to be at least a bit closer to the runners in the top 10 than they appeared to be in second practice. But yeah, a decent looking pecking order coming into qualifying day today. And of course the weather glorious at the track. And I'll just, yeah, cut onto these pictures that you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself, not just for practice 3, but for qualifying later on, as well, as we've got 5.5 minutes to go until practice 3 begins in Abu Dhabi. But I just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because of course in 2023 we will be doing practice watch-alongs, qualifying watch-alongs, and race watch-alongs for all of the Grand Prix next season, plus obviously watch-alongs for pre-season testing as well. And I've got plenty of content coming up in the winter, and as well tomorrow I will be live for race day, the final race day of the season, at 11 AM UK time, 2 hours before the race begins. Firstly for the race preview until 12:30 PM, and then from 12:30 till 3 PM UK time, I'll be live for the race watch-along. The race starts at 1 PM UK time tomorrow, and then for at least an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the final, or to the events of the final Grand Prix of 2022. And then on Monday at 6 p.m. UK time, I will be doing a probably 2 to 3 hour stream where I'll be reviewing the 2022 Formula 1 season and going through all of the teams, all the drivers, and how they've done in this season. So make sure to join me for the stream tomorrow, and the one especially on Monday. Would be great to see you there for both. Bottom right of the screen, by the way, if you want to subscribe to the channel, that's a good way to do it there. For everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash the like button. Would be great if you could do so. Obviously, it does help the channel grow. And make sure to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 or ChazHD on Twitter to keep up with the content on this channel. The F1 intro is now playing, and we've got, 3.5 minutes to go until practice 3 gets underway. Good to see so many people here already. And let's just read out a couple comments quick before we get into the session. And by the way, Off-Drizz United, no problem, who says, morning, Chester, thanks for answering my question last night, no problem. Or Thursday, rather. Lab Gorilla says, bro, I can't change the team I grew up worshipping. I 100% agree that they brought back the banter era, though. Yeah, Ferrari still struggling quite a bit. And I won't even get into... Of course, I will for tomorrow, but I'm not yet going to get into how bad their race pace is and how bad their long runs were on Friday. All I can say is they were really bad, really bad. They, if we have a normal race on Sunday, they don't have a chance of finishing. Really, they shouldn't have a chance of finishing on the podium, should Ferrari. By the way, just so you guys know, the 3 tyre compounds this weekend, the C5, C4, and C3. So the 3 softest compounds, which is good to see, because we don't normally get to see the 3 softest compounds that much. But also, this circuit doesn't wear out tyres as much as maybe it used to, with the circuit layout being altered. But also, when qualifying and the race takes place, obviously the temperature's a lot cooler, and that does help the tyres quite a bit. So hopefully we should get I'd say a 2-stop race on Sunday, given that with these new cars that can overtake a lot easier, we should get, with obviously 2 long DRS straights, we should get a lot of overtaking and I'd say aggressive strategies throughout the field for tomorrow's Grand Prix. As good to see a lot of fans at the track. Obviously, most of them are from Europe, if not all of them, except for the odd few. And now they cut to the pit lane as they are set to get going in just over a minute's time. And Silverback asks, where is Rook? He's probably asleep or something like that, which, to be honest, I wouldn't blame him because, it's a pretty cold Saturday morning in the UK. And obviously, this session is not the most important in the world. Yeah, wouldn't blame him if he's taking a break. As they're just showing Max Verstappen's car in the garage. Looks as though Verstappen, not in his car yet because no tyres on the car either. But let me get rid of these graphics and get up the graphics for the actual session. And there you go. The driver's obviously on the left-hand side, and I'll just adjust that picture there. And, oh no, not that one. We show this one, and practice 3, as I'm sure you guys know, practice sessions are just an hour long. So, yeah, we will be underway with practice 3 in just a moment. I'll sync up the timer for practice 3 at the 59-minute mark. And then we'll see who the first cars are on track. I'm not expecting the cars to pile out onto the track because, again, the conditions not really representative at all of what they're going to be like in qualifying. And, it'd be difficult to find out, a ton of information relevant for qualifying in the race. But, yeah, I'm sure later in the session we'll get plenty of action on the circuit, as we've got quite a few Mercedes fans in the fan areas, the spectator areas, whatever you want to call them. And now we're looking at Esteban Ocon on the TV broadcast, having a discussion with his mechanics by the look of it. Obviously, Ocon in his, this is his third season he's about to complete with the Enstone team, who were Renault, and technically still are Renault, but they're just called Alpine. Obviously, next year will be his fourth season with the team. He is building a nice little fortress with Alpine, because obviously, remember, he has won a Grand Prix for the team and got a podium in 2020 for Renault. As session has started now, guys, and the first two cars on track are the two Aston Martins, of course, of Lance Stroll, and the man in his final Grand Prix, we think, Sebastian Vettel. And I'll get the timer on screen in about 10 seconds time. Sebastian Vettel holds the record for the most pole positions in a season of 15 from 2011. And that season, 2011, I know people talk a lot about, obviously, 2013, because obviously in 2013 he had a brilliant run. Was it 9 race wins in a row, and got 13 wins that season, I'm pretty sure. But in 2011, in qualifying, nobody had a chance against Sebastian Vettel in that Red Bull. He was unbelievably good. And I think in 2011, there was only 19 races. So, 15 poles in 19 races. And I think, Hamilton got a pole in Korea, I think. Mark Webber, I think, had... I can't remember how many pole positions Mark Webber had that year. At least 2 pole positions that I can remember. And not sure about who the other pole position is. Maybe Webber did actually get 3. But Red Bull and Sebastian Vettel in 2011 were just unstoppable. As the two Aston Martins come in for practice pit stops, just to get the crew some experience, as they now go from the hard tyres for both cars onto the medium compound tyres. And obviously in qualifying we're not going to see the hard tyres. In the race tomorrow, though, I don't think we'll see probably the hard tyres tomorrow either, because again, I expect, because of how easy it'll be to overtake tomorrow, how much easier rather it'll be to overtake tomorrow, I'm expecting to see really only soft and medium compound tyres, because I think the hard tyre, yes, it'll be good for durability, but it will be slow, and you won't be able, as you could in years past here, with how difficult it used to be overtaking here, you won't be able to just stay out in front and keep track position despite being on a much slower tyre. As we're looking at Valtteri Bottas jumping into his Alfa Romeo, winner of this race in 2017, 5 years ago. And that was actually the last race in 2017, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And not just the last race of that season, it was the last ever race of cars without the halo. And even when you go back and look at those 2017 cars, it does look weird with them having no halo. But to be honest, even though we've had the halo for a few years, I don't really notice it when I'm watching F1. So, as a Ferrari there coming out onto the track, didn't quite see who that was, I'll be honest. I think, it was Carlos Sainz, as now Charles Leclerc exits the pit lane, the very unique pit lane exit that nobody has crashed in yet, I don't think, in F1. And he now exits the pit lane. And Leclerc now on track. And out of the top teams, Ferrari are the team that need to prove the most in this session at least. Because, yesterday they were lacking quite a bit of pace over a single lap. And first and middle sector is where they were struggling the most. Maybe that was because they were not running too much power. Yesterday, we have seen reports that Ferrari what do you call it? That they have not run their power unit as aggressively as they could in the last few races because of their reliability issues. So maybe that's why they weren't too quick yesterday. Butterfly Blue Shorts, this guy have the practice scheduled for 11 on their website. I know that fucked me up, honestly, because coming into the weekend, I did have on my schedule me going live at 10:45 a.m., obviously 15 minutes before. But yeah, this practice session, I don't know why it's half an hour earlier than usual, unless there's some sort of special event they've got going on in between this and qualifying, or I don't know. But yeah, at least we are on time, as Carlos Sainz starts his first lap of qualifying day here in FP3. And of course does a purple first sector. And now begins the run down to the turn 6 and 7 chicane, where Max and Lewis in last year's race came to blows on the first lap. And now onto the second long DRS straight. And yeah, like I said, because this track is a lot faster now, and it is definitely much easier to overtake, and with these cars that can easily, follow a lot better than last year's cars, it's going to be a lot easier to overtake here, meaning that if you do pit for a second time, or go for more pit stops than you would usually, it will not hurt that much, because again, the only thing that does tend to hurt teams that go for a more aggressive strategy and go for more pit stops is having to overtake people. But I don't think that'll be a massive issue this weekend, as Carlos Sainz goes quickest on a 1:27 something. I couldn't quite see what it was exactly, but we've only had one lap time, I think, in this session so far. And the only cars on track right now, Carlos Sainz, Charles Leclerc, Mick Schumacher. Leclerc was on a lap, but he's already backed off, so clearly made a mistake or didn't feel like the tyres were prepared properly. As Mick Schumacher, in his final race for Haas F1, is on the soft compound tyres and begins his first lap of the day. Obviously no DRS down the pit straight, which is good to see. We used to have it down the pit straight, I think, in 2018, and it made no difference at all, as he now flies through turn 2 and 3. Haas were very slow yesterday, which is a surprise, because this track is quite high speed, and I would have thought they would have been a bit quicker than what they showed yesterday, as Mick already 4.5 tenths slower than Carlos Sainz in the first sector, despite being on despite being on a softer compound, as Leclerc is up to second. And Mick Schumacher just exiting turn 6, 7 and 8, and onto the second and final DRS straight. And his middle sector is 6 tenths down on Carlos Sainz. So yeah, the Haas, for some reason, it's not clearly apparent when watching the car on track, but for some reason it is, yeah, very slow. Chazza to the rescue, though. Thanks, as Butterfly Blue Shorts. Thanks for that. Yeah, thankfully, I was able to correct things, as Leclerc has now done a purple first sector on his first proper time lap of the day. Mick Schumacher goes second, does a purple final sector, so looking, a lot better in the final sector, but yeah, lacking quite a bit of pace in the first two. So Schumacher up to second. Leclerc's not done a purple middle sector, but he's now into the final sector on this lap. And the final sector, the Ferrari, should be pretty competitive. It was in practice yesterday. They were only slightly slower than Red Bull. And to the line, Leclerc comes and goes quickest by half a second. The Leclerc quickest on a 1:27.3. The quickest time from yesterday was Max Verstappen, a 1:25.1. So, yeah, we're not really that close to the absolute best pace they could do. And obviously the conditions a lot different to practice 2 yesterday, as we just saw Jackie Ickx in the Ferrari garage area. And the reason Leclerc backed off on the lap before is because he had a big moment through turn 3, where obviously in the race last year, when Verstappen exited the pit lane, he had a big moment there, went straight on and lost a couple positions. And ended up finishing in... Where did he finish? Can't remember. He finished in the top 10, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, ended up not having as good a result as his teammate, Carlos Sainz, who ended up finishing on the podium. As Lewis Hamilton and George Russell are now doing their first lap times of the day on the soft compound tyre. Lewis Hamilton, impressively, has done a purple first sector and gone at least a 10th quicker than Leclerc. Russell has gone way quicker than Leclerc in the middle sector. Obviously, they're on a softer compound, but still very impressive that Russell 0.7 of a second quicker than Leclerc after the first 2 sectors. And Hamilton about 0.8 up on Leclerc. So yeah, a very good pace from Mercedes. And looking at the car on this track, it does look very well hooked up as Carlos Sainz goes back to the top of the timesheets on a 1:26.9. But now George Russell goes quickest by 0.4 of a second to a 1:26.5. And Lewis Hamilton now in the final sector. We know Lewis is always mentally quick in the final sector. And he now goes quickest by a further 0.5 second onto a 1:26.0. So Lewis Hamilton quickest. And then Russell second, 0.5 second back. Carlos Sainz in third, 0.9 of a second down. And yeah, the difference between the soft and the medium this weekend should be about what? I'd say 6, maybe 0.7 of a second at most. But I'd say more likely to be 5-6 of a second, around something like that. So, yeah, good early pace from the Silver Arrows. As we now look at Daniel Ricciardo starting his first lap of the day. Very quick he was yesterday in practice too. Can he keep it up today? Would be good if he could get into the top 10 and have a good final race for McLaren. Because even though it's been a failure, the partnership, at the end of the day, we have to remember that he did win McLaren's first race since 2012 as Kevin Magnussen goes up to 5th. Let me just update that. So Magnussen up to P5. Magnussen as well, about what, 4.5 quicker than Mick Schumacher on the same compound, the soft tyre. As Daniel Ricciardo, let's see how he's doing after the first 2 sectors compared to Hamilton. Okay, I'd say. 0.5 second down on Lewis Hamilton. Quicker so far than the 2 Ferraris on this lap. So, yeah, a good first run for the Australian. And that McLaren car looking pretty good in the final sector where the McLaren is at its best. They had the quickest car out of the midfield pack in the final sector in practice 2 yesterday as Charles Leclerc goes third onto a 1:26.7 and Daniel Ricciardo goes 5th, 1.2 seconds down on Hamilton. And really what is separating the top teams from the midfield this weekend, or at least the upper midfield, is that final sector. In the first 2 sectors, in practice yesterday, it wasn't that much of a difference, to be honest. But yeah, it's that final sector that's really separating them out. As Ricciardo had a slight brake fire there by the looks of it. As he braked for turn 6, the beginning of the first chicane. And the only chicane on the track. There used to be, obviously, the triple chicane after second DRS straight before the track changes that were made in 2021. As Sky F1 have now gone to an ad break. So, yeah, we are... oh, no, they haven't. They've now come back for some reason. I don't know why. But, yeah, anyway, we're 15... we are 15 minutes in to this practice session. And Lewis Hamilton is quickest from George Russell in second. Charles Leclerc is third, with Carlos Sainz in fourth, with Ricciardo fifth, Magnussen sixth, and Mick Schumacher in P7. And we've now Sky F1 have finally actually gone to an ad break. So yeah, there must have been a slight glitch there from Sky. But yeah, I'll let you know what is happening in a couple minutes when they come back from the ad break. But we do have quite a few cars who haven't done a lap as of yet, now on an out lap, which is good to see. Let me just update this picture. And there you go. That's a bit better. And hello to Jazztastic in the chat. Good to see you. And good to see everyone in the chat as usual. But one thing I will do quickly, as I usually do when we get a bit of a lull in the action, I'm going to just check out Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. Carlos Sainz has new brakes for this session, I'm seeing. So we'll see whether that improves his pace, because he was down in 6th place in practice 2. And let's see if there's anything else I can find. Obviously, a few of the drivers have got tribute helmets for Sebastian Vettel. And interestingly, Sebastian's father, Norbert, is the commentator for Sky Germany for practice 3. So that's good to see. And let me see if I can find anything else. And no, I don't think I can at the minute. And yeah, we're just waiting, obviously, for them to come back from the ad break. But Ferrari, if you're wondering, out of the top 7 times we've had so far, Ferrari, the only ones to go onto the medium compound tyre. So, yeah, not really representative at all, their pace so far. But Mercedes, when you visibly look at their car this weekend around the track, it does look, like I said, when they were doing their laps, very well hooked up to the circuit. And because the track, with its corners, is a lot more high speed now than it used to be, that's really helping them quite a lot. And it's really putting them, with Ferrari, on a level playing field. But of course, Red Bull are the ones that they need to fight with if they're going to get pole position today or later today. As Lando said he's got a fire on the left front brake, and obviously that happened for Ricciardo a few minutes ago, so clearly that's just a McLaren issue. And looks as though it's a slight issue for Aston Martin as well, so maybe just the brakes not properly under control. Yeah, but I'm sure that'll be a easily fixable issue. But Charles Leclerc is now up to 2nd on the medium tyres, with with Fernando Alonso up to 3rd in the Alpine. Let me just update that. There you go. And then you've got Esteban Ocon in 4th. And yeah, Alpine looking as though they're definitely looking probably the best midfield team for this weekend. Yeah, Ocon in 4th, and then we've got Sainz in 5th, Russell 6th, and then Vettel up in P7 with Alex Albon in 8th place. Let me just update that quick. There you go. Albon in 8th. And then, yeah, Ricciardo 9th. Magnussen 10th. Lance Stroll is 11th. And then Mick Schumacher is in P12. So only 12 times on the board so far. Now it's 13 as Zhou Guan Yu goes 13th for Alfa Romeo. And Valtteri Bottas now goes up to P10 as we're looking at Sergio Perez on a flying lap. Very good flying lap so far. He's only, he's just about quicker than Hamilton after the first 2 sectors, despite being on the medium compound tyres. So looking good for Mexican, who's looking to secure 2nd in the championship this weekend, even though Leclerc is ahead of him in that fight. But they are level on points, of course, as Perez comes to the line and goes 7th, half a second down on Hamilton. Leclerc's time, though, a lot better. Only half a tenth slower than Hamilton on a harder compound is Leclerc. So, yeah, good pace from Ferrari so far. As we're now looking at Russell on another flying lap on the soft tyre. And he's in a purple first sector, a couple hundredths per second quicker than Hamilton. Understeers slightly at the hairpin of turn 5. Gets in a slipstream with an Alpine ahead, I think that was. And now brakes hard for turn 6. And yeah, Mercedes not looking amazing through the chicane, but looks okay enough. As Russell now, what's he done for the middle sector? He's not improved his middle sector compared to his personal best, but he is slightly quicker still than Hamilton. As Vettel also complaining about the smoke from the left front tyre, left front brake. And let's see what Russell's final sector is like as Pierre Gasly goes up to 14th. And Russell into the final corner now as Fernando Alonso does a purple first sector. And Russell to the line, goes quicker, only slightly quicker, but stays in 6th place. As, Alonso on another quicker lap. Norris, Tsunoda and Latifi have not set a time so far. They are on outlaps as Alonso has not done a personal best middle sector. Max Verstappen still in the pits. They do tend to do this, Red Bull, to keep Verstappen in the pits for a while. Then suddenly he'll come out and bang in an amazing lap straight away as Alonso runs quite wide at turn 12. And this lap is pretty much dead in terms of him improving on his personal best. Decent time, though, so far for Alonso. Only quarter of a second slower than Hamilton on a harder compound, as Alonso goes quite a bit slower that time around. But we're still not quite at the fastest times we saw from yesterday. Again, the fastest time yesterday was a 1:25.1 from Max Verstappen. So we've still got another second, I would say, of improvement to go. As we just had a yellow flag there briefly. Someone obviously going off track very briefly for a couple seconds. Oh no, another yellow flag in the final sector as Zhou goes up to 11th spot. And now it is green again, so no idea what's happening with whoever that is. And yeah, we're looking at Albon in P9. And looks as though Albon, yes, is on a flying lap. He's improved his first 2 sectors. Let's see what his final sector is like. The Williams car in the first 2 sectors is actually really competitive. It's just the final sector they're struggling with. As he comes to the line now, Albon. And stays in 9th. And does not improve that final sector. But yeah, if that final sector was a bit like the middle sector, Williams would be very quick for this Grand Prix. As Lance Stroll goes up to 9th. Latifi, the GOAT, is up to 11th. Is way better than the Williams. should be position-wise. As Lando Norris goes now up to P9. Most people on the medium compound tyres. Yeah, Norris up to 9th, and Tsunoda is in 19th position. Yeah, Max Verstappen still in the pits, as it looks as though Russell is getting out of his car. Yes, he is. With 25 minutes gone in practice 3. Yeah, most cars on track, but not a wonderful array of lap times being set at the minute, but I'm sure when we get to the final 25 minutes, I'm sure we'll get some, proper low fuel soft tyre runs, as most people on the mediums at the moment are just trying to get some data in on the mediums, I guess, as the Haas there of Mick Schumacher comes into the pit lane and makes a stop, and he's going to be, by the looks of it, wheeled back into his garage. And yeah, I was just going to quickly get into what do you call it? So obviously this is the final race of 2022. There is, I think, a young driver test, I think the day after, or the 2 days after this Grand Prix. So there will be some testing, some good testing for the teams to do going into next season. Because the cars, I mean, they're going to be different. They're not literally going to have, the same car in Bahrain in early March or late February for testing. But next year's cars are going to be an evolvement of what we've seen, this season. We're not going to see, a complete revolution. I think maybe from Aston Martin and McLaren we might see, or Mercedes we might see a bit of a revolution. Yeah, for most teams it'll just be an improved version of the car you're seeing this weekend. As Sergio Perez on the medium compound tyre now goes quickest to 125.8, and that is, on that tyre, a very good lap time. And that's only, I think that's about the same time he did in practice 2 yesterday on the soft tyre. So yeah, that is a very good lap time from Perez. But yeah, these cars, like I said, except for probably the Aston Martin, maybe the McLaren and the Mercedes probably, most of these cars are just going to be, kind of, in terms of their philosophy, pretty much the same cars as this year. And obviously just with a lot more development put into the car. As Pierre Gasly has suffered some damage to his car, to his front right suspension or something. Yeah, something on the suspension. I did notice there's a bit of the curb on the exit of turn 9, which is lifted up. I'm wondering if he went over the curb a bit too hard at turn 9. Because that looks as though he's broken his front right wheel or front right suspension. As he now comes into the pits. And yeah, that will need fixing. And that might, it shouldn't do with, 31 and a half minutes pretty much to go. That might end his session. And yeah, there you go. On the exit of turn 9, there is a piece of debris on that curb, which they might want to throw a yellow flag, maybe even a red flag, just to clear it. And let's see a replay. So he comes into turn 9, and what does he do? Oh, what do you call it? The wheel cover thing on the suspension hit the curb and flew off. That's very unusual. Either he's hit the curb too hard, or that fairing, or whatever you want to call it, was not fitted properly. And the session has now been red flagged. Thankfully, he didn't spin off or anything, because he would have ended up hitting the barriers quite hard. But yeah, the cover, you can see it on this picture that's on the screen at the minute, actually. On the suspension side of the wheel, you see those things that go over the top of the tyre. I don't know what they're called exactly, but yeah, one of those fell off the Gasly. So, yeah, that's quite dramatic. And yeah, red flags have come out. Session, obviously still going. Timer still runs, as it does in practice sessions. This red flag should only be probably for a minute or two, because all we're going to do is clear that debris and then we'll be back underway. Yeah, that might be a session-ending thing for Gasly. Firstly, they need to wait, the FIA, for all the cars to return to the pit lane, which will take a couple minutes. Hello, by the way, to Robert, who says, cheers from Florida. And hello to Herman and Lab Gorilla and everyone in the chat. Good to see you all. Just wanted to say quickly that, hold on, just reading out something quite interesting on Twitter. Ted Kravitz, who you guys will know, the Sky F1 pit lane reporter, very good reporter, he has said a few minutes ago that Alpine threatened to replace Alonso and Ocon with Jack Doohan after their contact in Brazil. So, yeah, getting very serious there. Thankfully, though, the two drivers produced a very good performance in Brazil to pretty much secure fourth in the championship. Just wanted to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I'll be live tomorrow for the final race day of the season at 11 AM UK time. Firstly, for the race preview going up until 12:30 PM. And then from 12:30 till 3 PM UK time, I'll be live for the race watch along. The race starts at 1 PM UK time tomorrow. And then for at least an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the final Grand Prix. And then as well, Monday night, 6 PM UK time, I will be live for probably a couple hours at least to review the 2022 Formula 1 season. So make sure to join me for that as well. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe right there. And for everyone watching right now, if you have not already, don't forget to smash that like button. And whilst Sky F1 are on an ad break and we wait to see the session get underway, let me just see if there's any further news that I can find on Twitter for you guys. And can't see anything at the minute. No. Well, actually, I've seen something. Leclerc making a few mistakes in turn 6. And apparently his engineer saying there's a strong wind there today. Not necessarily sure about that, because the wind speed is only 3 kilometers an hour, which is not, I mean, it's, you know, there's definitely a wind, but it's not anything massive. And let me see if I can find anything else on Twitter. And no, but that's interesting that Alpine got that serious, but I can't really say I'm surprised that they got that serious about, you know, what happened with the contact between Alonso and Ocon, because what do you call it? Because, you know, they desperately needed the result that they did get in Brazil, because fourth place has been in their hands for a while, and they do deserve to get it. They've had the better car this year. They've been the better team, but they've just continuously not delivered quite the results needed to pretty much secure the position. And by the way, if you guys are wondering, when does qualifying start? Qualifying starts in just under 3 hours from now. So, yeah, when this session finishes, it'll be then a further 2.5 hours after the conclusion of this session as to when qualifying starts. As Norris saying Hamilton overtook the Haas as well under the red flag. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton, by the looks of it, overtook Norris and a Haas car under the red flags. And yeah, pretty clear there was a red flag, and he did overtake both of them. That might be a penalty for Hamilton. To be honest, it probably should be a penalty for Lewis Hamilton, because you're not supposed to overtake under red flags, because obviously red flags are deployed. Hold on. As what on earth was Esteban Ocon doing there? Parking to the inside of turn 14 off the track to get out of the way of slower cars. That was weird. I've never seen that before. But yeah, Lewis Hamilton has been noted for failing to slow under the red flag. Yeah, he should probably get a penalty for that. He pretty clearly overtook the Haas, at least, under a red flag. Not sure about the McLaren, but definitely the Haas car. Shame, because that's ruined what could be a very good weekend. That's Max Verstappen on his first flying lap. And surprisingly, not going quicker than Sergio Perez. He's a quarter of a second down on Perez after the first two sectors. And obviously Perez has done his best time on the medium. And Verstappen on the soft, as Max flies through turn 13 and 14 now. Now into the flat out turn 15. And let's see what his lap time is in the end. And goes a bit quicker in the final sector, but only goes third, which is interesting. Again, I would have thought there would have been a bit more pace on that first lap from Max, but yeah, third it is. There you go, Verstappen up to P3. I'm sure, though, he'll go for another lap in a moment. As Lewis Hamilton, who could be heading for a penalty for that red flag infringement, comes to the line and goes quickest by 0.04 of a second on the soft compound tyre. I think with the lap times we're seeing at the minute, and here's a replay of Hamilton overtaking Norris. That again, when he overtook Norris, I'm not sure if there was a red flag, but there definitely was. I think for when he overtook the Haas car. And for me, that's surely a slam dunk. I remember Sebastian Vettel at the US Grand Prix in 2018 for Ferrari got a 3-place grid penalty for overtaking a car under red flags in practice too. So, you know, Hamilton really should be getting at least a 3-place penalty for that. It's a pretty clear rule. It's a good rule to have. There's a reason we have it. And to me, that looks pretty clear. But we know the FIA not the greatest at applying their own rules. And obviously, we are currently attending the scene of the biggest crime they've committed in the 21st century. At least. If not ever. And Lewis Hamilton will be investigated after the session. And yeah, I would be surprised if they don't give him a penalty, because that, again, looks pretty clear. As Carlos Sainz has come to the end of a flying lap, is this? I'm not sure. Comes to the line, and no, he doesn't go any quicker. But one thing I wanted to say is, I think, you know, with Hamilton quickest on a 1:25.8, again, they're not going as quickly as they did in practice too, but I think part of the reason why the medium compound tyre seems to be performing actually a bit better than the soft is because obviously the temperatures are quite high and a lot higher than they will be in practice too. As, hold on. I think it's being listed again that Hamilton is under investigation, for failing to slow under red flags. Yeah, with these temperatures, the medium compound tyres are working very well compared to the soft, if not better, in terms of hanging on life-wise over the lap. But again, in qualifying later, when the temperature reduces massively, it won't really be the case. So I think in the obviously nighttime conditions later, there should still be a 0.5 second difference between the soft and the medium. with obviously the soft being the quicker tyre. And yeah, looking at the replay of Hamilton overtaking Norris and the Haas there, I don't see how... And there wasn't a red flag showing at that time, but the red was flashing, I think, on the on what do you call it, the signal screen thing as they go past the track, and he should have had it come up on his dashboard as well. But what was I going to say? Yeah, there should be a decent difference between the soft and the medium in qualifying. But yeah, looking at those replays, I think really it should be pretty slam dunk that Lewis is going to get a penalty for that. It should be, though, only a 3-place penalty. I can't see them giving him like a 5 or a 10 place. Yeah, should be only a 3-place, really. But that will be very significant for the race if that's what he gets, because even if, obviously, he got pole, he'd start in 4th, or if he qualified 2nd, he'd start 5th. And that would probably end up costing him possible victory. But let me just update my, or the running order on the screen. Yuki Tsunoda is up to 15th place, is he? No, 16th. Zhou's actually in 15th. And then for the rest of the order, it is, as it says on the screen. So the top 10 with 19 minutes to go. Hamilton, Perez, Verstappen, Leclerc, Alonso, Ocon, Sainz, Vettel, Russell, and Norris. But yeah, these final 19 minutes really is what do you call it? Is when we should get some quicker times. Josiah in the chat saying none because there was no red light. It was yellow. Was it yellow? I'm not sure. It's hard to tell because of the sunlight whether that flashing light was yellow or red. I've got to be honest. But I'm pretty sure Lando would have been, or would have had the information probably on his dashboard when he slowed down that, what do you call it? That it was a red flag. So Lewis may have had still the warning on his dashboard that it was a red flag and may have just, not seen it. But I'm sure we'll find out before qualifying. Hopefully we find out before qualifying, as Yuki Tsunoda now goes up to 11th. Alex Albon is on an incredible lap. He's 6.5 tenths quicker than Lewis Hamilton after the first 2 sectors. Like I said, that Williams is a monster in the first 2 sectors. As Albon now into the final sector where it's not so monstrous. And some much quicker lap times now being set by Hamilton, by Russell and Verstappen, who now goes quickest by a couple tenths of a second. Alex Albon comes to the line on the soft tyre and goes up to 4th place. Very good lap time from Alex Albon, as Fernando Alonso is up to 5th on the soft tyre as well. Here comes George Russell to the line, who now goes quickest by 2 tenths of a second, which is, yeah, interesting. The Mercedes are still quickest, but now with man who won in Brazil. And Russell quickest on a 125.3. Trying to see if there's any more differences in the running order currently, and there is not, but we are going to get some more soft tyre runs, I think, now, as we've got Zhou, Bottas, Magnussen, Hamilton, Perez on outlaps, as Mick Schumacher goes up to P10. And now we're looking at Russell, replay of him coming into the final corner and oversteering into the final corner, so probably could have gone a tenth quicker on that lap. So pace looking good for Mercedes. Is it still as good as Red Bull? We'll have to wait and see in qualifying, I think, really. As Alex Albon, just a replay of, Alex Albon, very, very lucky not to hit the back of the McLaren there. I think of Ricardo, is it? yeah, he cut it very fine. That could have been a massive accident. But thankfully got away with it. As Daniel Ricciardo is now on a flying lap on the soft tyres. And coming into the final sector as Lewis Hamilton on a flying lap on the soft tyres. And Hamilton has improved his first sector. As Hamilton now comes up to the mid-sector and is a tenth and a half slower than Russell as Ricciardo goes up to 5th, I think, in the McLaren. Yes, he does. So Ricciardo is now 5th. Sergio Perez has done a purple first sector as Zhou goes up to 16th. Bottas goes up to P9 in the Alfa Romeo. Lewis Hamilton comes to the line and with a brilliant final sector as he usually produces, Lewis Hamilton quickest by nearly 0.2 of a second as Sergio Perez is on an amazing lap, almost 0.4 of a second up on Hamilton after the first 2 sectors. Now the final sector though, as he understeers through turn 12, that's not a great start. And looking better through turn 13, 14. Flat, of course, through turn 15. And Perez, you'd think, would go quickest with this lap. And he comes to the line, and he does by 1/4 of a second. Sergio Perez goes quickest. Interesting that Perez is so quick today, because he wasn't very quick yesterday. And does a 24.9, which I think is the quickest lap time we've had so far this weekend. As Lando Norris is up to 4th in the McLaren. The McLaren looking good on the soft compound tyre. And yeah, top 10 currently. Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Norris, Verstappen, Ricciardo, Albon, Alonso, Leclerc and Bottas. And then you got Ocon 11th. Magnussen is P12 with Sainz 13th, Schumacher 14th, and then Vettel 15th with Latifi in 16th, and then Tsunoda, Zhou, Stroll, and Gasly. By the way, if you are an AlphaTauri fan or a Gasly or Tsunoda fan, don't worry. Both AlphaTauris have not done a run on the soft tyre yet. As Sebastian Vettel is on a soft tyre run now as Lance Stroll goes up to 14th. And Vettel, not a good middle sector. Not improved on his personal best as Ocon goes ahead of Alonso and up to 8th for Alpine. But still slower than Alex Albon in the Williams. Albon, I was saying this yesterday, he could be a dark horse as a possible surprise today. Given, again, the great pace Williams have in the first 2 sectors. As Vettel to the line goes up to 7th place. Great lap by Sebastian Vettel. And Alex Albon has not improved his middle sector on this lap as a car gets out of the way for him, thankfully. And Albon comes into the final corner. And has he had a decent final sector? Let's see. It's, yeah, not that great as he goes nearly half a second slower than his personal best. But still, 8th place so far. Good effort from the Williams driver. And now I'd say all we're waiting on, really, and obviously the AlphaTauris, we need to see what they can do. Maybe Pierre Gasly, won't make it out on track. But, because of that issue he had. But, what do you call it? For Tsunoda, Leclerc and Sainz, we're waiting to see them come on to, or go out on the soft tyres. I'm just looking at a replay. The red flag light, or the red light on the screen there that they were passing on the entry to the hairpin, didn't come on until after he had passed Norris, but he did pass the Haas car after it came on, so he's still overtook a car under red flag conditions. So for me, that is a slam dunk. He has to get a penalty for that. Which is, again, a shame because he's looking very quick, is Lewis Hamilton. So now we're looking at Max Verstappen, the world champion, two-time world champion. Now beginning one of his final runs in practice 3. And let's see if Max has actually got some proper pace this time. Run a bit wide on the exit of turn 1. Did Verstappen. Now flies through turn 3. And let's see what his first sector time is like. It is purple in the first sector. A couple hundredths of a second up on Perez. Does run wide though on the exit of the hairpin. So yeah, a bit of a scruffy lap so far, but he still might go a bit quicker. We'll see. As Verstappen through turn 6 and 7 the chicane. And car looks a lot better through there. And obviously the first 2 sectors is where the Red Bull is at its best around this circuit. And Verstappen is... he's done a personal best middle sector, but he's still 0.2 of a second slower, nearly, after the first 2 sectors compared to Perez. So Perez got very good pace at the minute, as Max now comes into the final sector, where Max really should be quicker, as Zhou is up to 17th. And Verstappen through the final corner, bit wide on the exit, but comes to the line and goes second. 1.5 tenths down on Perez. And, well, Red Bull look to have the best pace over a single lap. But, yes, surprising that Max Verstappen is not top of the timesheets, which makes things obviously interesting, given what happened in Brazil between Perez and Verstappen. Going into qualifying here, yeah, for the hairpin, Max, his entry was fine. He just ran a bit too wide on the exit. To be honest, though, I'm not actually sure Verstappen lost that much time on the exit of the hairpin. If he did, it was probably only, I don't know, 2 or 3 hundredths of a second or something like that. Because he didn't really get out of shape or anything, just ran slightly wider. But thankfully the curb pretty flat there for Verstappen, as we're now looking at George Russell in the Mercedes. Is he on another flying lap? I don't know. Yes, he is. But he is 1.5 tenths slower than Perez in the first sector, so not a good start for Russell. And if Hamilton does get a penalty, like I think he will, then, yeah, Russell is Mercedes' main hope for qualifying today. As Russell exits the, the final chicane. Exits the only chicane on the track. And let's see what his middle sector time is like. Hamilton has done a first sector on a new improved lap, but it's not gone any quicker. Russell, though, has not improved his middle sector either, so this is not a great lap, and same for Hamilton. So clearly, they are not going any quicker on what is probably a worn set of tyres now. Charles Leclerc on the soft tyres has done the first sector on his new flying lap. And Leclerc says lots of oscillations on the engine off throttle. And Ferrari say we are checking. Leclerc 4 hundredths of a second slower than Perez in the first sector. As Russell completes the lap. Doesn't go any quicker. Lewis Hamilton also does not go any quicker. As Charles Leclerc coming up to the middle sector now, and 4.5 tenths down on Perez. That is quite a lot of time, and understeering a bit through turn 9 as well. Ferrari don't seem as though to have improved their single lap speed from yesterday. And Carlos Sainz also half a second down on Perez, so not looking good for Ferrari. Oh, big moment through turn 15, even though it's flat out for Leclerc. And he now comes to the line, and it's only 6th place, 6.5 tenths slower than Sergio Perez. Here comes Carlos Sainz now through turn 15 and the final corner of turn 16. And Sainz goes now 6th, and 6.5 tenths away again from Perez. So Ferrari looking miles away from Red Bull, and significantly quite a bit away from Mercedes as well. Again, the conditions will, change obviously for qualifying, and it'll be a lot cooler. But yeah, not looking good for Ferrari whatsoever. They look as though they are probably, over a single lap, and for the weekend in general, the third quickest team, which is something I was not expecting for at least qualifying here. And we've got 4 minutes 40 seconds to go in this session. And let me just read out the top 10 we've got. It's Perez quickest from Verstappen 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Russell 4th, Lando Norris impressively up in 5th, with Carlos Sainz in 6th, Leclerc 7th, Ricciardo 8th, Vettel 9th, and Albon in P10. And everyone now has done a run on the soft tyres. Also, Pierre Gasly is no longer last. He's done a run on the soft tyres. He's back out on track. And he went up to 14th place. Sadly, though, for AlphaTauri, it does look as though they are, fundamentally just way too slow to be able to get into the top 10 for qualifying later. We'll see, obviously, in the race how things go. But, they don't look to have the pace for qualifying to AlphaTauri, which is a shame because they finished 4th and 5th at this Grand Prix last year, as they just missed out on 5th in the championship, compared to Alpine, who finished in 5th. As now all the cars basically returning to the pits, and it looks as though pretty much the session is over. I'm sure we'll get final laps from some cars, but it'll probably be just for an installation lap, and also just to do a practice start on the grid, which they are allowed to do here. As Leclerc returns to the pits, and I'm sure he'll be very unhappy with how the car felt on that lap, and the pace of the Ferrari car as well. And just looking at Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you at the minute. And doesn't appear to be any. I've seen an Italian journalist has reported that Ferrari are doing a lot better today than they were in practice too, which has to be pure copium, because they're definitely not. And, I can see some discussion on Twitter as to what's going to happen possibly with the red flag. You guys will probably know this person's name, Aldas, obviously the F1 YouTuber. I've just seen his tweet regarding the Lewis Hamilton red flag thing. He says on Twitter, that's going to be super tight. It depends how strict the FIA want to be. Lewis was at full speed when he just came across the red panel. Flag only shown after Lewis passed. When you're going that fast, see the light that late, you can't just slam on the brakes. Interesting. I mean, yeah, but these drivers, they do have lightning quick reaction times, and they can see lights, they, and not just lights, but they can see things a lot quicker than, say, normal people can. And I think if you look at other incidents where drivers have been penalised for overtaking under red flags, I think there's probably been closer moments than that. And really, I think, and this is the point of why, especially I have criticised the FIA for not enforcing their rules properly. It's not just because, the rules are in place for good reason, but also because if you want people to actually abide by those rules, you can't have you can't be lenient in punishment, because then drivers or teams will be will be committing those same violations in the future. So, you know, it's a pretty hard and fast rule. You're not supposed to overtake under the red flag. And you know, when the red light was shown, he did have Hamilton probably a second and a half to slow down. And what he could have done as well, he could have easily let the Haas back through if you know, if he felt as though that he didn't have the time to react. But I don't think he did Hamilton. So yeah, as the checkered flag has now fallen at the end of practice 3. And let me just see if there's any more changes to the order that I can report. I can. Yuki Tsunoda is now 13th. Alex Albon completes another lap but stays in P10. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it is for the session. So, practice 3 over and done with, guys. And now let me get into the final results of the session. So, Sergio Perez tops the timesheets with Max Verstappen in second. Very interesting going into qualifying. Whether Perez can maybe get pole position here in Abu Dhabi. And then you got Lewis Hamilton third, George Russell in fourth, Norris fifth, Carlos Sainz in sixth, Charles Leclerc seventh, Ricciardo eighth, Vettel ninth, and Alex Albon in P10. And then the rest of the field: Ocon, Alonso, Tsunoda, Bottas, Gasly, Magnussen, Stroll, Schumacher, Zhou, and Latifi. Actually, I think Stroll ended up in 16th place, I believe, as a bit of something from the barge board area, I think, fell off the Williams there as it went through the exit of the hairpin, which is turn 5, I think. So, yeah, hopefully Williams can get that back before the qualifying session begins. But yeah, Sergio Perez ends up quickest, and that is practice 3 all over and done with. So, right, let's get rid of all of this and bring this back up. And I'll get the, what do you call it? Get the, this display up again. And I'll just quickly do the text. I won't show straight away how long there is to go until qualifying begins, because I am about to, guys, in a moment, start playing a video to obviously give me a break, but also to keep you guys entertained, because we do have 2.5 hours, or 2 hours 27 to go until qualifying begins. So yeah, I will be playing that video in a moment. And let me just quickly change the title of the stream to qualifying watch-along, and I'll just quickly as well post the link of the stream back out on my community tab and on Twitter as well, and then we'll get into this break video that can play for you guys, and you guys obviously can give your thoughts as to what I'm having to say in this particular video. But yeah, just give me a couple minutes, guys. So come join us here for build up to qualifying, and I'll just post it obviously on Twitter as well, and then we will get going here. So come join us here for build up to qualifying in, or sorry, at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And I'll just do a few hashtags for this tweet. Thankfully, Twitter hasn't died yet. Obviously, there's been lots of, you know, talk about Twitter being basically dead, possibly. But yeah, it is still going. Yeah, let me just do a couple more hashtags. And there you go. So hopefully we'll get a few more people joining us in the next few minutes, or just at least, you know, in the build up to qualifying itself. But what we hold on, let me just read out a comment in the chat from Classic Loonies, who says Lewis must not get a penalty here. Max did the same last year in Holland and got away with it. By the way, the Mercs look stronger than Red Bull because the Red Bull set their times later in the session. I mean, Red Bull did, but not. It wasn't much later in the session, so I don't think it's as big of a difference as, as it has been maybe at other times this season, where certain teams have set their times at, much later times in the session. But for me, Red Bull are still the quickest team over a single lap for qualifying here in Abu Dhabi. But for the race, it's going to be very, very close. There is no doubt about that between Red Bull and Mercedes. That incident you're talking about with Max, I can't remember, to be honest. The only one I can remember is, like I said, Sebastian Vettel, US Grand Prix 2018. He got a 3-place penalty for overtaking under a red flag that weekend. So yeah, there is precedence for it, even though it's from a few years ago. But yeah, before I get into this break video, just want to let you guys know what the plan is. So I'm going to play this break video. This video is one I played before, and it's me from a few weeks ago. I uploaded a video where I where I predicted the futures of a lot of the current F1 drivers, basically from now or from 2023 until the end of this decade. Obviously, went through all the top drivers and got into how, I thought they were going to get on in the next few years. And yeah, most of the grid I covered in that video, and I'll be playing that as the break video. It's a 42.5-minute long video, so should keep you guys entertained until we get into the further bits of build-up going into qualifying itself. But what I'll do quickly, and actually, that's another thing I need to say is, what else are we going to do after that? So obviously, I will play this video, see what you guys have to say, and then we will get into a news story that came out in the days leading up to this Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And then, of course, in the final 35-40 minutes before qualifying, I will then get into, the final bits of build-up in regards to the teams and how I think they'll get on in the session. And when this break video finishes, I will set up a poll in the chat asking you guys, who do you think is going to be on pole position today? So make sure to vote in that poll, which I'll end right before qualifying does begin. So yeah, plenty to get through in the next 2 hours and 20 minutes, or just over 2 hours and 20 minutes of build up until qualifying. Let me just play this video though quickly, just so you guys can hear it, and let me know if you can hear it all good, and just put yes say in the chat to let me know if you can hear it all good. So guys, here we are, and what we are going to do today, and yeah, just put yes in the chat if you could hear it all fine, and then if you could, I'll leave you with that video for the next 42 minutes, and then we'll get into another news story or topic before we get into properly looking at qualifying itself. And just looking at Twitter to see what people are saying about this whole Lewis Hamilton red flag thing. Up for debate, it seems to be at the minute. But for me, from the evidence I've seen, I think it should be a penalty for Hamilton. Seemed to be clear enough. Again, I'm not sure about other incidents where maybe some drivers have been let off, because I can't remember every incident where this has happened. But yeah, it seemed to be clear enough for me. And Lewis Hamilton will visit the stewards in about 20 minutes from now. So, yeah. Astro Stevo, good to see you in the chat. Says, yo, hearing okay now? Right, so I will play this break video. Again, this video getting into me predicting the futures of the Formula 1 drivers. Please do remember, though, this was made at the end of September, obviously before the cost cap saga began, and before it was confirmed that Mick Schumacher would not be racing for Haas in 2023, because at the time of making this video, I did believe that he would be racing for Haas in 2023, so please do remember that when viewing this video. By the way, good to see you, Rook, in the chat. And yeah, I'll play this break video for the next 42 minutes, and I'll see you guys on the other side of it. So guys, here we are, and what we are going to do today is, as it says on the title of this video, we are going to predict the future of the current Formula 1 grid between the start of 2023 until the end of 2029. Again, I am not going to, as it says in the description of this video, I am not going to go through every single driver on the grid. It's going to be most of the grid that I go through, and also a driver that will be on the grid next season I will mention as to his future in Formula 1. So that's what we're going to be getting into in today's video. And of course, we will start at the very front of the field and start with the man who is about to win his second Drivers' World Championship. And that is, of course, Max Verstappen. Now, given how this new set of regulations, this new era of 2022 has begun, with Red Bull and Ferrari clearly having the two best cars, and Red Bull being the best team in Formula 1, because not only do they have a car quick enough to win a championship, but obviously operationally they are much better than Ferrari. Red Bull will be the team to beat between now and the start of 2026. So Max Verstappen, in my view, will have, by the end of 2025, probably 2 more championships, which will make him a 4-time world champion by the end of 2025. Of course, he's going to win the championship this year. By the time this video has been released, this is being recorded before the Singapore Grand Prix, but by the time this has been released, he has, I'm guessing, won his second world championship. So, yep, he'll be a 4-time world champion at the end of 2025. After 2026, though, it is going to get a little bit more difficult for Max Verstappen. The reason is because Red Bull, at the moment, don't actually absolutely know what their plan is engine-wise from 2026 on. Will they partner back up with Honda? Will they build their own power units? Will they maybe do a deal with Porsche? We don't know yet. Or, actually not Porsche, maybe Audi, we don't know. We don't know what their official plan is when it comes to the 2026 regs and what power units they're going to have. And I think that will cause them to be not as dominant and not as great after 2026. And I think we'll see certain other team, Mercedes, bounce back in 2026 with those new regs, because we know with new engine regs, Mercedes do tend to do pretty well, as we know from the past. And I think Mercedes, even in this current era, will bounce back. So after 2026, things will get more difficult, but I do think he'll win another world championship between 2026 and the end of the decade. Of course, his contract at Red Bull ends at the end of 2028, which is pretty much at the end of this decade. So Max Verstappen, in my view, will be the best driver in this decade and clearly the driver to beat. As I'll get into in a few moments' time, Lewis Hamilton, even though he is still right on at least Max Verstappen's level right now, still for me, Lewis Hamilton is the absolute best driver on the grid. Max is going to be, for the future, the one to beat. There is no doubt about that. And again, for the next 2 or 3 years, definitely Red Bull are going to be very hard to stop. And there's only one team that can stop them, which is Mercedes-Benz. But let me get into this graphic, which displays how I think, or what position Verstappen will be in at the end of the 2020s decade. So, in 2029, he will be a 5-time Drivers' World Champion, in my view. He will stay at Red Bull for the entire decade. Even when he gets to 2028, I think he'll probably just sign a new contract. I don't see Max Verstappen driving for another team, to be honest. The only other team I can see him joining is Mercedes at the end of his contract, again, in 2028. And by the end of this decade, he will have 75 to 80 race wins. That's an approximate. I'm not going to sit here and try and predict an exact number because that would be crazy to do. But I think he'll have around 75 to 80 race wins. At the moment, has about 31. And again, I'm recording this before the Singapore Grand Prix. And we'll have about 35 to 40 pole positions by the end of this decade as well. And what this will mean, if he does end the decade in this position, he will be able then to go into the 2030s. And in 2030, I think he'll be... How old will he be? 32, 33, something like that. So he'll probably have, if he still wants to keep going to break, Lewis Hamilton's records, he would probably have a good, 5-6 years left, with Verstappen at least. He will then be in a very good place to then become, statistically, the greatest driver of all time. Of course, that is a long way away, Max Verstappen getting into that position, but he will definitely be, by the end of this decade, already one of the greatest drivers of all time. Not the greatest, but in that top 4 or 5 drivers. There is no doubt about it. To be honest, at the end of this year, you could argue Verstappen is already in the top at least 15 best of all time, arguably top 10 greatest drivers of all time, given that we know he is going to go on and win more world titles. So Max Verstappen, again, is the man to beat, and that's how I think he will do for the rest of this decade. But what about his teammate, Sergio Perez? Well, for Sergio Perez, we know at Red Bull that he is in a similar position to Valtteri Bottas when he was at Mercedes, or Rubens Barrichello when he was at Ferrari, or even you could say David Coulthard when he was at McLaren and teammates with Mika Hakkinen. He is the loyal number 2 driver, basically, of the Red Bull team, and is, very consistent for Red Bull, very dependable for the Red Bull team. And I don't see, as long as Red Bull keep winning titles, which they will, at least for the next 3 to 4 years, I don't see Sergio Perez going anywhere. And my prediction for Perez is that he will keep racing for Red Bull until the end of 2026, or at least around that time. And then he will leave and probably finish his career at a smaller team, say a Williams or a Haas F1, maybe an Alfa Romeo that will become Sauber by that point. We'll see. But that's how I think Sergio's rest of his career will go. And at Red Bull for the next few years, he will probably collect 3 or 4 more race wins, a load more podiums, and go down as a very liked and great member of this team. No doubt about that. But now, let's get into the current Ferrari drivers and how I think the future of their careers will go. So we'll go on to Charles Leclerc, who we know currently is in a position of where at Ferrari, he's doing a great job in terms of his own driving, but the team, as they've done to Sebastian Vettel in the past, Fernando Alonso in the past, arguably you could say Kimi Räikkönen after Raikkonen's first world title win in his first stint at Ferrari. No matter how well those drivers, including Leclerc, have done at the Ferrari team, Leclerc just cannot overcome the amount of mistakes, the costly mistakes that Ferrari are making, which is ruining any chances that Charles Leclerc can have of winning a world championship. And as I have talked about in a previous video, which should be linked below in the description, Charles Leclerc is never going to win a championship at Ferrari. he needs to leave Ferrari if he is going to win a world title. And his contract, we know, ends at the end of 2024. And I think by then, Ferrari will, keep making these silly mistakes we've seen. They'll keep costing him race wins and good results. And if the Ferrari car is still as quick as it has been this season, they'll probably still keep costing him chances at winning a maiden world title. And by the end of 2024, I think Leclerc will be pretty much sick of being at this team and having so many chances thrown away by his team and being handicapped by his own team. And this is what I think will happen for Leclerc for the rest of the decade once he does leave Ferrari. So I think he will join the Mercedes team for 2025. As I'll get into in a moment with Lewis Hamilton, I think Lewis Hamilton will be leaving the Mercedes team and retiring before Charles Leclerc's contract does come to an end at Ferrari. And like I said, I think he'll join Mercedes in 2025 to partner George Russell. And then in 2026, I think Charles Leclerc will win his first driver's title. Even if he doesn't win it in that year, though, I think Leclerc will win. If he does join Mercedes, I think he will win a driver's title with them. And I do think Mercedes, for sure, will return to being a front-running, title-contending team. Just not as strong as they were between 2014 and 2021. I don't think Mercedes will ever be as strong as they were during that time period ever again. I don't think that's going to happen. But like I said, I think he'll join Mercedes in 2025 and then win his first driver's title the year after. And then by the end of the decade, I think he'll have about 25 race wins and end up with about 40 to 45 pole positions in total by the end of the decade. I think Leclerc at the moment has 5 race wins, again, before the Singapore Grand Prix. So another 20 wins between now and the end of the decade, I think seems pretty realistic in predicting that. And if he wants to win a world championship, Leclerc, that career path of joining Mercedes when his contract ends, if of course there is a seat available, that is the path he needs to take. Because if he does not join Mercedes, obviously he's not going to go to Red Bull because that is Max's team, he will not win a world title. It's not going to happen. Ferrari are not going to win a world championship in this decade. It's not going to happen. They will have chances to win championships. I don't think they're going to be like a midfield team or anything like that. They'll probably have another 3 or 4 chances to win a championship, but ultimately, when it comes down to it, Ferrari are not going to be winning world titles, which is why Leclerc will have to leave Ferrari to win at least one world title in his career. What about his teammate, though, Carlos Sainz? Well, Carlos, at Ferrari right now, not being treated as a number 2 driver, but let's be honest, he is number 2 to Leclerc in terms of talent and skill and just raw pace at Ferrari currently. And I reckon as well he will, because he's now contracted to the Ferrari team until the end of 2024, I believe by then he'll be fed up of the Ferrari team as well, because I don't see Ferrari going really forward massively between now and when his contract ends at the end of 2024. And I don't think Sainz will be really that keen by that point to continue being second fiddle to Charles Leclerc. So I think Carlos Sainz will, after collecting probably another 3 or 4 race wins, I reckon he'll get in his career. Obviously, he's only won 1 race to date, again, before the Singapore Grand Prix, at the British Grand Prix, as you can see on your screen. At the minute, but I do think he will collect probably another 3, 4, maybe 5 at most race wins, probably another couple pole positions and a load more podiums, but I think he will want to be more so the number 1, kind of like Daniel Ricciardo wanted to be when he left Red Bull at the end of 2018 and joined Renault, wanted to be more so the main focus at that team. That's what I think Carlos Sainz will want when leaving Ferrari at the end of 2024. And this is how I think the rest of his career will go after that point. So, he will not feature in a World Drivers' Championship battle in this decade. I do need to make sure to point that out. And the reason is because, as I got into in a previous video, which you can check out on the channel, and it's a video about why Carlos Sainz just isn't an elite F1 driver, I don't see Carlos Sainz, unless he's the number one driver in a car that is the best on the grid, I don't see how Carlos Sainz wins a World Championship or can consistently compete with the top drivers throughout the season. We've seen this season. He just cannot consistently fight with those drivers in every Grand Prix or in 95% of Grand Prix, and I think he will end up just not being good enough to be in a world title fight for the rest of the decade, no matter what car really he is in, unless, like I said, he's in the best car on the grid and happens to be the best driver in that particular team. And like I said a few moments ago, he'll leave Ferrari when his contract ends, and I believe he will join Aston Martin for 2025, replacing Fernando Alonso, who I'll get into later, who I think at the end of 2024, which is when his contract I think is until. I know Alonso does have the option for a third year, which would take him into 2025, but I think Alonso will actually retire from Formula One at the end of 2024, and that will lead to them replacing Alonso with Carlos Sainz. Aston Martin, though, I do believe will start to progressively, now that they've got some people acquired, obviously, from the Red Bull team and some other top teams as well, Aston Martin will start to get better, and I reckon by the end of this decade, Aston Martin will be at least a front-running team and will be a contender to a certain extent. So that's why I think Carlos Sainz will move from Ferrari to Aston Martin, and I think he'll do pretty well at Aston Martin and have a decent career with them. So that's what I see for Carlos Sainz going forward for the rest of the decade. Now, let's get on to the Mercedes drivers, and we'll start with Lewis Hamilton. And I'm going to keep it pretty simple when it comes to Lewis Hamilton. I think he will retire at the end of next season. Not because he's, demotivated or just isn't good enough anymore. Obviously, he is easily good enough and is still, for me, the best driver on the grid. If only he had a car that could properly compete with the other top drivers in Formula 1 right now, such as Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc, who are in much faster cars on a consistent basis. But what I think will happen next year is Mercedes will bounce back and be title contenders next year, and Lewis Hamilton will get his revenge for 2021 and win an 8th World Championship, and then I think retire from the sport, because I think Lewis is the type of driver to retire on top, and I think that would be actually the best way for him to retire from Formula 1, to retire on top and go out absolutely, without a doubt, statistically or opinion-wise, as the greatest driver of all time. We'll get into how I think here with this graphic, just how I think it'll play out. So yeah, he'll win his 8th world title in 2023, then retire from F1, will go down as the GOAT statistically, and I think will retire with around 115 race wins and around 110 pole positions and 8 world titles. And yeah, as well, not only do I think he's the type of driver or type of person to retire on top, but also, if he was next year to win his 8th World Championship, why, in my view, why would you continue at that point? Because, I mean, he's, 37? 38 almost? I'm not sure of his exact age, but he is nearly 40 years old. And if he was to win his 8th world title next year, there's not anything else to accomplish. I mean, yeah, you could build some ground on the people behind you in the record books to make sure that your records last even longer. But, if you win that 8th world title, if you're Lewis Hamilton, I just don't see what else there would be to accomplish. And I think he would have pretty much, as a driver, completed Formula 1. So that's why I think he will retire at the end of 2023 with his 8th world title. And I have to just say, before anyone says anything, that I don't want him to retire at the end of 2023. I want him to keep going for years. I know he has said that he wants to keep going for years, but if he was to win an 8th World Championship next season, I think his opinions on that might change. But yeah, I don't hope that he retires next year. I don't hope that at all. I want him to be on the grid for as long as he wants, because Lewis Hamilton being on a Formula 1 grid would be absolutely fantastic for Formula 1 and for the entertainment of Formula 1 going forward as well. But that's what I think is going to happen. We'll see if I am correct or not. But what about his teammate at the time, George Russell? Well, with Lewis Hamilton retiring, in my view, and winning that 8th world title at the end of 2023, Russell, from that point on, going into 2024 and beyond, will now be the clear number one at Mercedes. Well, not the clear number one, but he will be I guess you could say, the team leader. Even though I do think Charles Leclerc will join Mercedes in 2025, I still think Russell will be the team leader, even though Russell and Leclerc in 2025 will be of equal standing within the team in terms of driver status. There's obviously not going to be a number one, number two driver type status within that team. Kind of like at the minute with Hamilton and Russell, they both have equal status, but Lewis Hamilton is the team leader because he's been there longer out of the two drivers. I think that's how it will work with those two. And in regards quickly to who will replace Lewis Hamilton for 2024, I think that will be, again, a temporary replacement, because I don't think that Toto Wolff will want to or will be able to find an instant replacement that is anywhere near the quality of Lewis Hamilton. I think it'll probably be Nick de Vries for a year replacing Lewis Hamilton, and then once Leclerc's contract comes to an end, or Lando Norris's contract comes to an end, which I know is in, I think, end of 2025, then I think that's when they would go for those type of drivers who would be able to get a lot closer to what they would have lost with Lewis Hamilton. Again, though, that is if Hamilton does retire at the end of 2023, like I think he will. But going forward after 2023, I think George Russell will be Max Verstappen's main challenger or contender for the rest of the decade. In my view, let's say Lewis Hamilton is not on the grid, I think Russell, I don't think he's the best driver on the grid if on the Formula 1 grid if there's no Lewis Hamilton. I still think it would be Max Verstappen, but I think he would be, out of, say, himself, Leclerc, Norris, Sainz, whatever drives behind, Piastri, I think George Russell is the best driver out of those group. In terms of his talent, skill, and pace. I think he's the best driver that can challenge Max. Obviously, it does depend on whether the car is good enough, but I think he will be Max's main challenger for 2024, 2025, and then I think Mercedes will properly bounce back with the 2026 regs, which, to be honest, I think they'll probably start focusing on pretty soon, given that the current power units in terms of their development have been frozen. So give some time to focus a bit on 2026, as those regs will fly around quite soon enough. But let me get into this graphic just showing how I think Russell and the rest of the decade will go for him. So I think he will win 2 drivers' titles in both 2027 and 2029, respectively. Again, with the new 2026 regs, I think Mercedes will more so bounce back then. Like I said, with Lewis Hamilton, I think they will bounce back next year in being, title contenders and front-running, race-winning contenders on a consistent basis again. But I think they'll be more stronger after 2026 than they are going to be in this current era before we get to those new regs in 2026. So I think he'll win 2 drivers' titles and have 2 titles by the end of this decade. And like it says there, I think he'll be Max Verstappen's main challenger from 2024 onwards. And I think he'll also remain at Mercedes for the rest of the decade and end up with 35 to 40 wins by the end of the decade as well. Obviously, at the moment, doesn't have any race wins. But yeah, by the end of this decade, I think he'll have quite a lot of wins. And to be honest, I think Russell will probably end his career as the second, third best British driver of all time. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton is probably always going to be the best British driver of all time. I don't think there's going to be many contenders ever for that status, but I think Russell could definitely go down as the second or third greatest British driver of all time. The talent, skill, pace, all of it is absolutely there for Russell, and if the car is at a world title contending level, which I think it will be from next year on, really for the rest of the decade, with Mercedes getting stronger again from 2026 on, then look out for George Russell, because I definitely think he will be a world champion. He has, I think, everything you need to be a world champion. Just doesn't have, at the moment, the car in 2022, and also his teammate is the greatest driver of all time, which is pretty hard competition. Lewis Hamilton hasn't exactly got worse, has he, in 2022. So yeah, look out for Russell in the next few years. But those are the top drivers from the top teams. Let's now get into some of the midfield teams and the drivers currently occupying those seats. We'll start with Lando Norris. I did say in an earlier video, I think the video I did about Lando Norris having the career that many don't think he'll have, that I think he'll have, if that makes any sense. I'll post the video in the description of this video, don't worry about that. But I kind of already alluded to the future of Lando Norris, at least for the next decade. I think he will stay at McLaren until the end of the decade. The reason is because by 2025, when his contract comes to an end, I don't think there'll be anywhere for him to go unless a new team, a new top team, suddenly appears that isn't Mercedes, Ferrari, or Red Bull, which I don't think is massively likely, to be honest. And I think he'll stay at McLaren, probably sign another 3 to 4 year contract, and then be with them at least until the end of the decade. And what he will basically be is a driver that wins maybe a race or two, collects a load more podiums, but ultimately just doesn't feature consistently at the front of Formula One races. Not because he's not good enough. He's definitely good enough. He's already proven that. But because the McLaren team, in my view, will not be a proper front-running, title-contending team in this decade. I just don't see it happening. Now, I know I could be wrong because McLaren, they're building, I think, a new wind tunnel, and they are investing more in, some very important resources. I get that, and they definitely should improve on where they are now. But at the moment, we're seeing that they're already underperforming, given what resources they have currently. This year has been a bit of a disappointment, really, for McLaren, because they haven't really took that step forward that they really should have from last year, where I think last year was about the peak of what they could have done in that last little era of F1. But yeah, I just don't think McLaren will ever be, in this decade, a front-running, title-contending team. So that's what I think will happen with Lando Norris. It's a shame, but if he can find another team that can win championships that isn't Mercedes, Ferrari, or Red Bull, then I think he's definitely got a good chance in the future. But what about his teammate for next year, Oscar Piastri? Oscar Piastri, obviously, he's joining McLaren for next year, and his contract is until the end of 2024. What I think will happen firstly with McLaren is, I think the first season at McLaren next year, I think he'll do a decent job. He won't be as good as Norris next year because Norris is already comfortable on that team. It'll be Piastri's obviously debut year, and Piastri, I don't think, except for the simulator, has really driven these cars So yeah, it's going to be a tough year next year. But I reckon by 2024, I think we'll see him pretty much on similar pace to Lando Norris, because I think Piastri is very, very talented. And what I think will happen with Oscar Piastri is I think he will, what do you call it, with McLaren. I think he will, sorry, my stream at the minute that I'm recording this video on is messing up quite a bit. Sorry about that. Yeah, Piastri for McLaren, what I think will happen is he will be kind of like with Carlos Sainz in 2020. I think Piastri will be pretty much on the same pace as Norris. Maybe not as good as Sainz was in that year in 2020 with McLaren. Obviously 2019 as well compared to Norris. But I think Oscar will be at a point by the end of 2024 where he will need to really join another team to really progress, because like I said, I don't think McLaren are really going to be going forward in the next few years. And I think if he really wants Piastri to become a front-running driver and compete for race wins and podiums and that lot, I think he'll have to leave McLaren. And that's what I think he'll do. I think at the end of 2024, after a good couple years at McLaren, I think he will leave them. And because, like I said earlier, I think Leclerc and Sainz will leave Ferrari, I think Oscar Piastri will join Ferrari. And I think he'll race for them and be their probably number one driver for 2025 onwards. That's what I think he'll be, or where he'll be going from that point onwards. And I think he'll then become a front-running driver. He'll be competing for wins, podiums, maybe in a couple years, a certain couple years, he'll be competing for world championships, but because it's Ferrari, he won't win a world championship no matter how well he does. So that's what I think will happen with Oscar Piastri in terms of his next few years. And to be honest, as a career path, that would be a pretty good one, going from McLaren to Ferrari. And yeah, that's how I think it will go. Him getting to a point with McLaren where he's pretty much on equal pace of Norris, and maybe not as good as Norris, but very, very close to him. And I think we'll then want to break away and go to another team where he can be the number one driver. And if Ferrari were to lose Leclerc and Sainz at the end of 2024, then I think going to Ferrari would be probably the best option quite clearly for him. But let's get into the man he's replacing at McLaren for what do you call it, for 2023, Daniel Ricciardo. Now, in me trying to come up with my predictions for the drivers, it was very hard to determine what I thought was going to happen with Ricciardo. He's not going to be on the grid next year. I don't believe that is going to happen at all, unless it's been announced that he's going to be joining the Haas team or the Williams team or something like that. Again, obviously recording this before the Singapore Grand Prix. I think Ricciardo will probably be off the grid in 2023. And to be honest, I don't think we're going to see Ricciardo again after this year in Formula 1. I think he'll probably go to IndyCar. The only chance I see is in 2024, him joining, say, the Haas team. Maybe the Sauber team, but that does depend probably on where Valtteri Bottas is at that time, and whether Valtteri Bottas wants to stay with what would then become, Alfa Romeo to Sauber for 2024. Yeah, we'd have to see what would happen in regards to that. But unfortunately, and it is very unfortunate to say this, I don't think Daniel Ricciardo will be on the grid after this season, because his performances in the last few months just have not been anywhere near good enough. And given some of the young talent out there and how good the grid is now, I just don't think there'll be really any places for him to fill. Again, the only places on the grid I can think of is maybe a Haas or a Sauber. Other than that, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe you could say Williams, but I think that would really depend on if Williams were properly a midfield team, not, touring around at the back of the field. But yeah, I think Ricciardo, after this year, sadly, is done in Formula 1. Now let's get on to Fernando Alonso. And yeah, pretty simple for Alonso. Obviously, he's joining Aston Martin for next year. What I think will happen is Aston Martin will get better next year, slightly, and then probably the year after. They'll start making steps up. There is no doubt about it. Aston Martin will start to improve. But because Fernando Alonso is impatient, and I don't think he'll want to wait around for 4 or 5 years for Aston Martin to become a front-running title-contending team, I think Fernando Alonso will retire at the end of 2024. And like I said earlier, I think his replacement at Aston Martin will be Carlos Sainz, who will be with Aston Martin probably for the rest of the 2020s decade. If he's going to stay on the grid past 2024, really, Fernando does need for let's go back to that clip again of Fernando. Yeah, Fernando really does need Aston Martin's progress to be a bit quicker than even they expect, because if they, let's say Aston Martin, because obviously currently they're quite far down in the Constructors' Championship, if by the end of 2024 they're in a position where Alpine are now, which is 4th in the championship, I just don't see how Alonso would want to, keep waiting around and stick around, hoping that they become a front-running team. So they're going to have to make a bit more progress and start really, to bridge that gap between themselves and the front-running teams. But, that's just what I think is going to happen. I don't think he'll want to wait around forever. But we'll go on to his teammate quickly, Esteban Ocon. For Esteban, I think he will remain at Alpine for the rest of this decade. And I know that's quite ambitious to say, him remaining at Alpine for another, 6-7 years. But I don't see where he could go, really. I mean, if Lewis Hamilton does leave Mercedes at the end of 2023, maybe he could replace him for a year or two. But I just, other than that, I don't see where he could go. And Alpine, I think, definitely until the next set of regulations in 2026, I think Alpine will be pretty much where they are now, which is an upper midfield team. So I don't think there'll be really any massive reason for Esteban to leave. Obviously, it's a French team, so they want a French driver in their car, and he is one of the most premier French drivers out there. And I think Ocon, probably for the rest of the decade, if he does stay at Alpine like I think he will, he'll grab probably a couple podiums, maybe more than that, maybe a few podiums, more so than a couple. Maybe get another surprise race win, but I think Esteban Ocon will be stuck in the midfield from now on. And I think joining him at Alpine for next year and staying with him for quite a while will be this man, Pierre Gasly. I think he will join Alpine for next season, and I think Gasly will be an Alpine driver for at least 3, maybe 4 years, because again, French driver, French team, and as long as he performs well in Alpine or an upper midfield team, I don't see why Gasly would be in a desperate hurry to leave and go elsewhere unless Mercedes, Ferrari, or Red Bull had an opening. So I think Gasly will probably stay at Alpine until 2026 or 2027, and then move maybe to another midfield team, upper midfield team in F1. Maybe, you never know, in the future could go to McLaren, especially if Piastri does leave at the end of 2024. You never know, that could happen. But I think Gasly will be in the midfield, just like I said with Esteban Ocon. I just don't think those two are going to really go anywhere higher up the grid. But let's get into a couple final drivers in this, predicting the future of Formula 1. And the penultimate driver we'll get into is quickly Valtteri Bottas. Valtteri Bottas, I think, will remain at what is currently Alfa Romeo, soon to be Sauber. And I think, I've written down that I think he'll retire at the end of 2027. It will at least be around that time, 2025 to 2027, where he'll be, I'm not sure how old he'll be, but he'll be in his late 30s, I think, by that point, Valtteri. The reason I think he'll still be at that team is because he's still a good driver, consistent driver, still, when the car's good, pretty quick in qualifying. And with Audi probably coming on board in 2026, I think he'll probably want to stay around for that. So that's why I think he'll retire at the end of 2027. And I do think he will be joined by Teo Pourchaire at the Sauber team for 2024 onwards, replacing Zhou Guanyu, who I think just sadly won't do well enough to continue on the Formula 1 grid. But Valtteri Bottas, I think, will just stay in the midfield now, and he'll retire, like I said, in a few years' time. Finally, though, I just want to quickly go on to Mick Schumacher, because in regards to Ferrari, like I said earlier, I think it'll be Leclerc and Sainz leaving the Ferrari team. I just said a few moments ago that I think Oscar Piastri will replace one of them and be the number one on the team. And I think the number two or the other driver in that team will be Mick Schumacher. The reason is because Mick, I think, is I think he is a good driver. I think he is good enough for F1. I think he just needs more time, really, does Mick, in Formula 1. And I think he will eventually get to a point, say in 2024, where he is proving that he is definitely good enough for a move up the field. And I think from a PR standpoint and a money-making standpoint, I do think Ferrari are pretty desperate to get him in their car, because obviously it is Michael Schumacher's son. So I think it will be Oscar Piastri and Mick Schumacher racing for the Ferrari team from 2025 on. After that, who knows who drives for Ferrari, but to be honest, I haven't given who's going to be driving for the Ferrari team as much thought as to, say, the Red Bull and Mercedes teams. And the reason being is because no matter who drives for Ferrari, they're not going to win a championship, because the problems at Ferrari are deeper than just the drivers. They've had so many great drivers in the last few years, but as a team, they've just ruined their chances consistently. I guess I haven't really talked about who replaces Sergio Perez at Red Bull at the end of 2026. The reason I didn't talk about this was mainly because I think it will be someone who's not on the grid yet, or probably not even in F3 or F2 yet. Because obviously, the end of 2026, when he's, that's what I said would be the time when he would leave the Red Bull team. That is still quite a way away, that time. So, yeah, I think it'll probably be whoever replaces him. I think he'll be someone who is not currently, obviously, on the Formula 1 grid, but probably not on the F2, F3, or maybe even F4 grid, to be honest. But whoever that replacement is, it will definitely be a bit worse than Max Verstappen. It's not going to be a driver that can, regularly compete with Max Verstappen and challenge him, because I don't see why Red Bull would go for a equal status between the two drivers at Red Bull, as long as Max Verstappen is at that team. But guys, let me know in the comments section of this video, what do you think of my predictions? And let me know your predictions for the drivers that I went through. The drivers I went through was Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell, Norris, Piastri, Ricciardo, Alonso, Ocon, Gasly, Bottas, and Mick Schumacher, I think it was, that I all went through. Let me know in the comments section what you thought of my predictions for all of those drivers. And let me know what your thoughts are for those drivers and the teams as well going into the next few years in Formula 1. But guys, until my next video, has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye. Right guys, so I am back. Hopefully you enjoyed that video that I did upload a few weeks ago. And again, that video was me predicting the futures of the Formula 1 drivers. That was made before the Red Bull cost cap saga got underway, and before the news about Mick Schumacher being dropped from Haas for 2023. So please do remember that in terms of the timing of that video. But hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Make sure to post in the comment section down below, and also in the live chat, what you thought of what I had to say in that particular video. And I'll make sure to read out some of your comments in the build-up to qualifying, as we have, about, I'm trying to think how long we have until qualifying begins. Let me just try and get this right. And I think, about an hour and 36 minutes, guys, to go until qualifying begins in Abu Dhabi. Let me just quickly do a couple things, though, before Actually, can I do it? I don't think I'll be able to do it right now. I'll try and do it before qualifying. I was going to say maybe I was going to try and delete a couple things from my OBS just so my OBS runs a bit quicker. But yeah, I want to hear from you guys what you thought of what I had to say in that video. And as well, in the next few minutes, we are going to get into some news regarding Ferrari and the team principal position, because we have had some news in regards to that in the last few days. So I want to hear what you guys have to say about that. But just want to say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because despite the F1 season coming to an end this weekend, we still have plenty of content coming your way on the channel over the winter. And of course, for 2023, we'll still be doing practice watch-alongs, qualifying watch-alongs, race watch-alongs, and of course, previews and reviews in 2023 as well. And for tomorrow, I will be live at 11 AM UK time for the final race day of the season, and doing a race preview firstly till 12:30 PM, and then from 12:30 PM till 3 PM UK time with the race watch-along, with the race starting at 1 PM UK time. And then for at least an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the Grand Prix. And then on Monday night, guys, at 6 PM UK time, I'll be live for the full 2022 Formula 1 season review. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to sub for that. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button. But before I get into some of that news regarding Binotto, and also read out a lot of your comments in the chat regarding, what I had to say about, predicting the futures of a lot of the drivers on the grid, I just want to start up a poll and post it in the chat to see what you guys think going into qualifying. So let me just ask, who do you think will get pole for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? And the options I'm going to go for will be Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, and Perez. And I don't think we've had any announcements so far as to whether Lewis Hamilton might have a penalty for overtaking under red flags in practice 3. But Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Perez will be the options for this poll. And let me just post it in the chat now. So guys, before qualifying gets underway in just over an hour and a half from now, let me know in the chat, who do you think will get pole position? Will it be Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, or Sergio Perez? Reminder, Perez topped practice 3 with Verstappen 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, and Russell in 4th. So yeah, let me know in the chat. The next hour and a half, who do you think will win? Who do you think will be on pole position for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? And before I actually, I think I'll read out a lot of the comments in the chat from what you guys were having to say during my video and what you guys thought of what I was saying. I think I'll read out a load of your comments before I move on to the story regarding the Ferrari team principal. So let's see what you guys have to say. David Duffel says, I just watched Lewis incident. There was no dash light on the track. Lights were off. The track light did flash. It didn't flash maybe as soon as it could have, but it did flash because I saw the replay of it, and it did flash right after he went past Lando Norris. But then, of course, overtook the Haas car right after that under the red flag. And David says he passed a yellow and the next one was off. Lando grasped maybe his dash lit up, but Lewis hadn't. I mean, at the end of the day, we'll see, because obviously the FIA, they'll have all the relevant information needed to come to hopefully a good conclusion. Astro asking, how is Ricciardo looking here, please, Chazza? I'm trying to think, where did he finish in practice 2? Practice 2 was 9th, Ricciardo. Practice 3 Ricciardo finished up in 8th place. Ricciardo's been very quick so far this weekend, which again is a surprise given not just this season, but he's never normally been massively quick around this circuit. So, yeah. Surprisingly good, which is good to say from Ricciardo. And Astro also saying, reckon Max is lucky to be here after his last race controversy. Red Bull should have made him sit this one out, put someone else in the car, Tsunoda maybe. I'm not sure what he did was that extreme, but yeah, what he did in Brazil was definitely poor. He should have let Perez through, because obviously there was nothing for Max to gain from the Sao Paulo Grand Prix after his wacky races move on Lewis Hamilton at the start of that race. And Astro says, I wonder if Verstappen may end up like Vettel recall when Seb seemed like he was going utterly dominant forever too. Turned out it was the car more than him. Similar here, is Max overrated? The thing is, and my opinions on this have changed over time, because I used to think and believe I'm not sure I would call it a lie, but the gullible, I used to have this gullible belief that in terms of the performance of the team or on track, it was down to 50% the car, 50% the driver. Maybe back in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s it was, but these days I would say most of the performance is down to the car rather than the driver. And I don't think the drivers, and I'll be honest, my technical knowledge of Formula 1 is not great. I'm not sure why, but I don't think the drivers these days have as much, or they make as much of a difference to the performance of the car as they could 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So, yeah, I would say, looking at this season, Max has been great this season, but if you put, Leclerc in that Red Bull, Lewis in the Red Bull, Russell in the Red Bull, Alonso in the Red Bull this season, I don't think the result would be any different. And even though, Verstappen has been great this season, I don't think Verstappen has driven this season any better than he did in 2021. In fact, I would say 2021 he was probably better than he was, or than he has been this season. Because 2021, he was in a pretty much an equal fight with Lewis Hamilton during that year. First half of the season, Red Bull probably had the better car, but in the second half of the season, Mercedes were very, very quick, yet still ended up keeping it very close. And yeah, he did win the championship, no doubt in farcical circumstances, but I was more impressed by what Max did in 2021 and even in 2020. So yeah, Max, like I said, he's had a great season, but let's not pretend like his achievements in 2022 are, mostly down to him, because, like I said, if you put a few other of the top drivers in his car this season, in that team that's performed so well this season, I don't think the result would be any different in terms of, a driver's title being won for Red Bull by whoever the driver is in place of Max Verstappen. But my belief really now is that rather than it being a 50-50 split in terms of performance, for me now it's 75-25 in leaning towards obviously the car performance being the most important thing. I think these days the differences the drivers make is mostly, I would say, you can notice it when a driver, comes to a particular Grand Prix where they've always been especially quick at. For example, Lewis Hamilton at Silverstone, or Max Verstappen in Mexico. Even though, the cars have been quick there, those particular drivers have made an extra bit of difference at those Grand Prix because they've been, particularly good around those particular racetracks. And then, maybe in certain split-second moments, in certain races, the drivers have made the difference. And also in, wet weather conditions where the performance of the cars doesn't help the drivers, I would say, as much as it would in the dry. the drivers make more of a difference in those conditions. But yeah, in regards to this season, I don't think Max himself and how well he's driven this season has been, say, the number one reason behind Verstappen winning the championship. And actually, I have got a video coming out on this. It was originally going to come out on Tuesday next week, but because I've got some uni work I need to do, and because I'm doing my season review stream on Monday night, live on the channel, as I said, 6 p.m. UK time, make sure to be there if you guys can. That video is now going to come out probably on Friday instead next week. But yeah, I do get into in that video, how it was won, and for me, what the most important reasons were behind Max winning the championship in 2022. Juan Alba says, when about World Championship for Gorgeous George? Obviously, in those predictions, I did predict, I think, 2 titles for Russell. I think, what was it, 2026 and 2028, or 2026 and 2029? So, yeah. I do think Russell will definitely win at least 1 World Championship before the decade is over, because he's absolutely good enough to win world titles. It just depends on where Mercedes are at in, say, for the rest of this decade, whether they can get back to, the greatness they have shown previously, and if Russell can deliver upon, upon the potential that is there. With Russell, though, I don't think I've always said this, but I have said this a couple of times, that he does remind me of like a British version of Sebastian Vettel in terms of, if you were to give him a car like Vettel had at Red Bull, I think he would be very good at extracting it in the best way possible. But yeah, who knows, how he'll really do if he got into a position where he did have a car that was maybe the best on the grid. And obviously it does depend on who his teammate is, because currently his teammate is the greatest of all time. BV says Danny will drive for Red Bull in 2024. I mean, if Perez and Verstappen have much more fallings out, yeah, it's a possibility, but I still don't think realistically it's going to happen. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Robert Perkle says, all your predictions have a similar note that Max will not be in the mix. I think Max could dominate the next 5 years and may win 5 championships in a row. Not quite sure how you got that feeling from it, because I did say in my predictions that I thought Verstappen would end the decade as a 5-time world champion, and that he will be the driver of the decade, of the 2020s decade. So not quite sure how you came to that conclusion, but I did say, I think, in that video that I think after 2026, I don't think he will be as dominant as he will be between now and say the end of 2025, because I think this current era, Red Bull are going to be very, very good. But yeah, he will be definitely, by the end of this decade, where Lewis Hamilton, I think, definitely will not be racing still by the end of this decade, Max will be, the number 1 driver on the grid, the best driver on the grid, and will be still, even if he's not in the best car, he will be the driver that everyone looks at to beat. Let's find some other comments here if I can from you guys. Ken Wallace says, Max and his entourage are horrible. Max mother saying Perez is cheating on his wife just because he went against her son. Horrible, truly horrible people. Yeah, that wasn't nice to see from Max's family. And even though Red Bull have said, or have called out that, what do you call it, that the toxicity online has been, bad towards them, which is true. It has been very bad towards them, and not all of it, but a lot of it has been unnecessary. But what do you call it? You know, what Max's mother had to say on Instagram, and I did see that screenshot was not called for whatsoever. So yeah, that was not good at all. Astro Stevo says, I think you're very brave trying to predict this far out. Respect. I don't agree with all your predictions, especially Ricardo, but interesting, and you certainly make your case well. Heard all the video predictions fine, by the way, no problem. Cheers for that. Yeah, it is ambitious to make a video like that and to predict things that, you know, are very hard to predict, but it's a video I've wanted to do for a while. I wanted to do it even 2 or 3 years ago to, you know, to predict how I thought the 2020s decade was gonna shape out. And yeah, I mean, I will get inevitably a couple big things wrong with those predictions that I gave, but I think most of them have a good chance of being bang on the money. So yeah, I don't think I'll be too far away with certain drivers, such as, say, Verstappen and Russell. Right, let's find some other comments here in the chat if I can. Paul Bartolo says Ricardo gets a 3-place grid penalty. Thanks for reminding me of that, actually. I forgot about that. Obviously, punted Magnussen out of the race, or not out of the race, but punted Magnussen, and then Magnussen took himself and Ricardo out of the race in Brazil. And Ricardo definitely deserved that penalty because it was a pretty pathetic mistake. Fourth Deconstruction says 90% is the performance of the car and only 10% is the driver. I wouldn't say it's that much, but yeah, I think definitely most of the performance of a driver is down to the car these days. Again, I think back in the 90s, I think you could definitely make more of a difference with those cars. Again, I'm not sure exactly why that is, but with these cars and with how good they are, there's no big differences between how the cars operate, like how they used to be, maybe. Yeah, I don't think there's much, or not much of a difference, but I don't think there's as much of a difference as the driver can make as they could do in older times. Let's find some other comments if I can in the chat. Max33 says Max will win. Take It Online says Max is than like Lewis, only winning a fast car. So you put Ricardo in Max car, he wins every race. And then, I don't know if you're telling me to fuck off. That comment is very confusing. Also, please don't comment in all caps because it makes it very hard for people reading the chat. But if what you're trying to say is that what do you call it? That if you put, I don't even know what you're trying to say really. So you put Ricardo Max car, he can win every race. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, with Max for this season, is if you put drivers who are around about his level talent-wise, or maybe not as good as him, but maybe just below his level, drivers like Leclerc, Norris, maybe, and then drivers around his level, say like Alonso and Hamilton and Russell. If you put those drivers in place of him this season, then I don't think the result would be any different. I think last season you could definitely make the argument that despite Max obviously being gifted the championship because of the human error call, or whatever you want to call it, by Michael Massey of the FIA race direction in obviously having racing on that final lap, I think, last season you could definitely make a much stronger argument that Verstappen at least put himself in position to win the championship a lot more because of his own driving rather than the Red Bull car being, so quick. Because things were a lot more, in both qualifying and the races that year, were a lot more equal between, Red Bull and Mercedes and obviously Hamilton than it has been this season. So, yeah. Again, good season for Max, great season for Max, obviously, but I don't think it's, his best season in Formula One. I think he's had better years where he's obviously driven better than 2022. I think I guess you could say for this season with Max, I think the most impressive thing has been the consistency rather than the great performances, because he's been able to consistently be so difficult to beat and win so many races. I think that's been the most impressive thing, rather than those particular wins being, amazing victories. I mean, he's had a couple really, really great wins this season for sure, but most of them, he was helped quite a bit by, Ferrari exploding, Leclerc exploding, Mercedes getting it wrong a couple occasions. So, yeah, let's not pretend like Max has had absolutely an amazing season in terms of his own driving, because, he hasn't had to work as hard for his wins this season as he did in 2021, no doubt about it. Hold on. I think what I'm going to do quickly is have a cough and also clear my throat, because my throat feels very sore. So I will be back, guys, in just a few seconds' time. Right, hopefully that should be a bit better. I don't know why my throat is so sore. I mean, I've only been streaming for a couple hours, but yeah, not sure why that is. Classic Loonies asks, what is Chaz studying at university? I just graduated with a software and hardware engineering degree. Congratulations to you. And says, looking to move to the USA now so I can invent something. And hopefully you do. I am currently studying film, media, and photography. That's what I'm doing, which obviously is basically what I do here. And what I'm hoping is, probably not at the minute, because I've only just really got going for a couple months, because this is my first year. But hopefully for next season, I can start to, as I, continue learning on this course and getting better when it comes to, film, media, and photography. Hopefully I can bring that a bit to the channel and improve the quality of the channel over time. But yeah, that's what I'm studying at uni. Find some other comments here if I can. And I'll read out a couple more, and then we'll go on to this Ferrari team principal story that I want to get into. And make sure, by the way, if you haven't already, to vote in that poll at the top of the chat. Who do you think is going to be on pole position? Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, or Perez? Let me know in the chat. And by the way, if there is any penalty announced for Lewis Hamilton, I'll be the first to tell you guys. So, yeah. I'll let you guys know as soon as I do. I've got Twitter open, and I'm just waiting to see if there's any news. I think the hearing ended about not 45 minutes ago, probably about half an hour ago. It ended. Juan Carlos says, if Mercedes continue improving their car power and aerodynamic performance, the coming 2024 championship season would be much more competitive fight to get the F1 crown. All depends in Red Bull engine or engineer. Not quite sure what you're saying there. Do remember, though, that there is now a freeze on power unit development. So Mercedes, Red Bull, I guess, / Honda, Ferrari and Renault cannot improve the performance of their power units anymore, because the development on those are now frozen until 2026, because of course in 2026 we're going to be getting new power units, and obviously we'll be getting Audi in Formula 1, who will be taking over the Sauber team, which is currently Alfa Romeo, and it'll be the Audi Works team, which will be exciting to see how they do. But yeah, no more development on the power unit side for another 3 years. And I know people may be a bit disappointed by that, but I think it makes things interesting, because all the power units in terms of power, they're around about at the same level. There's not a massive difference really between, the 4 different power units on the grid. So yeah, I think really looking at this season, obviously next season, 2024, 2025, who ends up the most successful and the least successful will come down to, at the end of the day, downforce. Because in this era now, with ground effect back in F1, it's really about how much downforce can you get out of the car, rather than the previous era we were in, from 2014 to 2021, where if you didn't have the power, no matter how good your car was in the corners, it didn't matter because, you would be still not quick enough to fight for wins and championships, as we saw with Red Bull when they had the Renault power unit. They just couldn't fight for the championship because no matter how good their car was, they lacked a lot of power. And even McLaren, when they had the Honda power unit, their car was a bit better than they were showing, but because Honda were lacking still quite a bit of power, McLaren just couldn't perform as well as they really should have during that period. But this current era, I'd say, is really all about the ground effect and how much downforce you can generate by obviously running your car as low to the ground as possible and designing your car in the most efficient way possible. Paul Bartolo says you cannot improve the power units, but you can make them more reliable. So Ferrari can make the power unit more reliable. True, you can make improvements for reliability reasons, but in terms of performance reasons, those are not allowed until 2026, when the power units will be not completely different, but different for sure. So has Hamilton got a penalty for overtaking in the red flag in practice 3? Asks Butcher. No news on that as of yet. So I will let you guys know when there is any news. It should be. I mean, qualifying begins in an hour and 8 minutes from now. It really should be in the next hour. We should be hearing this news. It'd be annoying if we didn't hear the news until after qualifying, to be honest. But I'd imagine we'll get some news within the next hour. Paul Esmond has Max has the vile character, lacking integrity because of the family he comes from. His parents are both responsible. His parents are both despicable people. Hold on, let me just cough a minute and then I'll respond to your comment. Got quite a bit of a cough at the minute, which is a bit weird. Probably because of how cold it is. It is very, very cold where I'm at in, again, my part of the UK. But I don't think his parents are despicable people. I think we need to, calm down and not be too hyperbolic with our language, because despicable people, the word despicable is really reserved for the worst of the worst. The Nazis or, just really the worst people that the planet has seen, period. I don't think Yas Verstappen, his father, and his mother are despicable. I wouldn't go that far. But, some of the attitudes they have are definitely wrong. Obviously, they are from a different time period, but that's not an excuse. But, I'd say, in terms of the way his parents are, I definitely don't agree with, some of the things, say, Jos Verstappen has said. And we've also heard, I think, the past couple of years, just how Max was raised in his racing career by Jos, and there were some very brutal methods that Jos used in, developing Max, which is, not the greatest methods, but I guess it worked for Max in a way. And made him into a ruthless, cold, calculated driver on track. But, I wouldn't say, again, I wouldn't say they're despicable people, but if there's any, if there's things about Max Verstappen that, you disagree with him on in terms of like certain bits of his character or certain, I guess, standards he has, really, yeah, I think you could definitely blame, his upbringing, because obviously someone's upbringing is very important to the type of person they become, or that child then becomes as when they become an adult later in life. So yeah, but I'll be honest, I don't think Max is, as bad of a person as people claim. I think a lot of it is because of, the environment he was surrounded in, and maybe he still is surrounded in. With his family and certain people that, have been with him. So, yeah. Prank says, get some honey for your throat, Chazza. I don't have access to any, so yeah, I won't be doing that. But normally my throat is fine, really. You have to remember I do stream for hours on end for a Grand Prix weekend, and it does do quite a bit of wear and tear to your throat. But today just a bit coffee. I am. So I'm just currently watching the F2 race. They've had a red flag for a while, and they're about to get going again for the F2 sprint race, which is 23 laps, and they've only done, I think, 1 lap behind pretty much the safety cars. So, there won't be much time for a turnaround after the F2 sprint race, and hopefully qualifying is not delayed in any way. Paul Bartolo, Latifi is going to IndyCar, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. I actually hope he does well. Well, yeah, Marcus Ericsson has done pretty well in IndyCar, so, Latifi really should be around, I would say, Ericsson's level, driver talent or quality-wise. I know people may disagree with that, but Marcus Ericsson in F1 was not very good at all. And I think, if you'd put Latifi in the type of cars that Ericsson was in his F1 career, I don't think Latifi's results would have been that much different, really. But, I don't see why he can't have a decent IndyCar career and a pretty long IndyCar career. So, yeah, hopefully he does well. And we have seen with Latifi, he has the potential at some weekends and sometimes to produce great performances. It's just, he just can't develop any consistency. Because, of course, remember, back at the Japanese Grand Prix, he finished in, was it 9th place in the race? An amazing job from Latifi. And then, of course, at the British Grand Prix, he qualified in the top 10 and even was running, I think, in 9th place or 8th place in the race until, say, the second half of that Grand Prix. So I think Latifi's got the ability to be a good driver. I think it's just, the lack of consistency is what hurts him. But we've got just over an hour to go now until the qualifying session begins. And make sure to keep your comments coming in the chat, guys. One thing I am going to get into quickly is, what do you call it? Is this Ferrari and Matteo Binotto story in regards to Binotto's position reportedly being up for grabs, I guess you could say. So let me just quickly try and find it on Twitter. It was from a few days ago, and then I'll read some of the stuff from it. It was a Gazzetta story, and obviously Gazzetta is one of the biggest, I think, papers or news companies in Italy. And there must be some sort of truth, I think, to the story, given that, a quite a big publication reported it. And let me see if I can find that article. And here we go. I'll have to translate it. So, yeah, I'll see if I can read this out for you guys. The F2 sprint race has got going again under the safety car. So, oh God, right, I need to actually, will I be able to read this out? I'm not sure. Hold on. I'm going to try and read this out for you guys. I just need to work out something. Because it won't let me, annoyingly, view the, what do you call it? It won't let me view the article. So let me just quickly do something quick. Right, here we go. And I should be able now to view this article. Because I want to read out what the article actually has to say from Gazzetta. And again, one of the biggest publications in Italy, I am led to believe, or I've heard that news publication quite a bit. And they reported on November 15th that there is change in sight at Ferrari. Matteo Binotto will no longer be, according to them, the team principal for Ferrari in F1, and Frederic Vasseur from Alfa Romeo will take his place, but not right away. The news of the sensational change at the top of the Cavallino team concerns the management of the stable starting from next January. Vasseur, French engineer, 54 years old, has already been sounded out last summer by the Ferrari president John Elkann because the top management of Maranello were evaluating an alternative to Binotto, an option which then had not materialised. Vasseur has a consolidated relationship with the top management of the Stellantis group, built up over the years of management at Sauber-branded Alfa Romeo, and obviously does have some good connections also with, Charles Leclerc. Let me just quickly read some more of this article, if I can. So they go on to say, under Binotto's management, also the storm of the power unit affair of 2019, from which the FIA investigation was born, which closed with a secret agreement that left many shadows and technical repercussions in the following 2 years. It's hard to believe that these aftermaths can't weigh into this decision on the rotation at the top of the team. Also, not to be excluded as a further factor, the discontent of Charles Leclerc, which showed itself in Brazil last weekend. In the summer, there had already been a face-to-face meeting between the Monegasque and Binotto for the management of the Silverstone race, which was then followed by a clarifying dinner in Monte Carlo. But that relationship had become a bit confrontational. It was no mystery. And in this scenario, it goes on to say something else, but I can't quite see it, unfortunately. And then it goes on to say that Ferrari did issue a press release denying what Gazzetta reported. But, like I said, I am pretty confident that there is at least some story here, because I don't see how such a big publication in Italy would, just report absolute nonsense. There has to be some sort of truth to this story. Maybe the truth is that Ferrari are looking for a replacement. Maybe they haven't found it yet. But I think definitely there is some truth to this story. So guys, let me know in the chat, do you think there is truth to this story? Do you believe that this will happen in the new year? That Fred Vasseur of Alfa Romeo will take over the Ferrari team? And what do you think if that was to happen? My opinion is it would be a clear and big step in the right direction, because Fred Vasseur is not, the greatest team principal on the grid, but he is clearly experienced in the role of being a team boss for a racing team. Binotto is not, and he's done well in Formula One as Fred Vasseur. Look where Sauber were when he took over in 2017. They looked as though they were going to get out of business, and they were the worst team in F1. Now, at the minute, after the 2022 regs, they're 6th in the championship, and they've had a pretty good season. And even though maybe in a couple of years they've not achieved as much as they could have, I think he's turned that team around in a pretty good way. Obviously, the decisions he made in regards to ditching the Honda power unit deal for 2018 and going with Ferrari instead, an updated Ferrari power unit, and also getting that deal with Ferrari for the Alfa Romeo title sponsor, I guess you could say, or rebranding, which really helped them financially. It was great for Sauber, and it's kept them around for, the last few years, and it's got them, by the looks of it, seriously out of trouble, because now, for 2026, we know that Audi are going to be buying out the team, and then for 2026 onwards, it'll be the Audi Works team. So pretty much you'd have to say Fred's job is done at the Alfa Romeo / Sauber team, and it would be a good step up for Fred Vasseur. And also, one thing I was thinking of before this stream, because I obviously planned to talk about this before we got into qualifying. If you look at the team bosses Ferrari have had since Jean Todt left or resigned as team principal at the start of 2008, his, successor and the successors after, Stefano Domenicali, who was the successor to Jean Todt, had no prior experience at being the team boss of a racing team, I'm pretty sure. Domenicali obviously replaced Jean Todt, and he was obviously an internal replacement. Then after Domenicali, it was Mattiacci for a few months, then Arriva Bene, and then Bonotto. Again, all internal replacements, and none of them had the experience beforehand of being able to run a racing team. When Fred has, plenty of experience from junior formula. He ran, I can't remember what team it was called, but Lewis Hamilton won, I think, multiple championships with them in his younger days. I think in his, is it late karting days or even early open wheel car racing days in his late teens. I think Fred won with Lewis Hamilton, and Fred was the team boss. And then Fred Vasseur, along with Jean Todt's son, Nicolas Todt, created the ART team. You guys may know that name. And obviously they went on in the following couple years, when they created that in 2004, to win the championship with Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton. And then, of course, he's done what he's done with Sauber / Alfa Romeo. So, for me, it's a big step in the right direction. Is he the solution to Ferrari's title drought? No. They need to do more than just replace Bonotto with Fred Vasseur, if that's what they're going to do. But it is a big step in the right direction, and at least it does show that John Elkann is legitimately trying to return Ferrari to the top of Formula One. Because as long as Bonotto is the team boss, then Ferrari are not winning a championship. And I know Ferrari have issued a statement saying there's no foundation. Things can easily change when it comes to stories like this. There may be no foundation now, but he could easily be in place for the new year and for the new season. Could Fred Vasseur at Ferrari? But I really hope it is true, because even though you guys enjoy me ripping the fuck out of Ferrari time after time, it is getting a bit boring to do that, because at this point, after this season, there's not much else to say about Ferrari. We've laid out the problems time and time again, and obviously they keep making the same mistakes, and they keep throwing the same shit at the wall, thinking it's going to stick. So, yeah, there needs to be a fundamental change in that team. And if they were to put Fred Vasseur as team principal at Ferrari rather than Bonotto, that would be, again, a big step in the right direction. Not, a total solving of the issues, but it would begin the process of Ferrari hopefully returning to being a competent, front-running Formula One team. But what I want to hear from you guys is, what do you think of that? Again, do you think it's there's any truth to that story? Do you think Fred will make a much better team boss? Let me know in the chat. And what do you think of of maybe Binotto being replaced? Again, let me know in the live chat. But we've got, 50 minutes to go? So, until qualifying. So, still plenty of time until we get into the session. Stephen Owen says Max is a product of his environment and is shaped by wanting to be a winner. Lewis was the same, but has become a much more egotistical individual, in my opinion. I mean, if you're someone like Lewis Hamilton, I think, you have the right to be egotistical to a certain extent, because he is, the 7-time world champion. And for me, I think for most people, he is the greatest F1 or racing driver of all time. But, I don't think Hamilton, I know people sometimes think Hamilton's a little too egotistical and, maybe a bit show-offy at times, but I don't think Lewis, in terms of what he does, is harming anyone. I think he's absolutely fine as a person. Would I get on with him as much as other drivers on the grid? Probably not, but that's not because of anything bad about him. It's just, just a personality match, I guess you could say. And I'd say with Lewis, he can be, again, a slight bit egotistical, but I think you've earned that right with him, being a 7-time champion. But he does tend to be a bit more quiet and reserved than the others on the grid, which, is his choice at the end of the day. As, just currently watching the F2 race as it's going on. But, with Max, it's definitely, like I said, it's the environment. It's not him, it's the environment. I think, if you put Max in a better environment, I think Max would win a lot of people over, but, he can surround himself with whoever he wants at the end of the day. Eric says, one thing I have seen a few Max haters do is acting like Max is somehow responsible for his dad's abusive behavior. Yeah, that's stupid. At the end of the day, Max has no effect on his father. His father, can do what he wants. And there's been a couple things that Yas has done in the past, which is definitely not good. But Max has absolutely nothing to do with that. And I'm sure doesn't condone it whatsoever. So, I mean, not just with Verstappen, but it goes for most of the top drivers. Any bit of dirt that you can use on someone, the people who support their main rivals and hate on those drivers will use anything they can to put people down, which is, why Twitter is such a cesspit, especially in the F1 community. And I have to say that the hatred that is directed towards Max Verstappen on Twitter, most of it is unjustified. I mean, is hate justified at all? No, but I think, not all of it is hate. I think there's definitely some of it which is just, constructive criticism. And Max has got things wrong. Obviously, last weekend in Brazil, he, for me, was at fault for the crash with Hamilton. And it was a poor driving mistake and obviously should have let Perez through for the 6th place. But, social media always makes things out to be better or worse than it actually is in life. So, Anyway, let's read out some more comments and let's try and find some Ferrari ones if I can. Eric says, will the sprint race results affect super license points and if Logan Sargent will get into F1? No. Well, yes, but also no. Basically, as long as Logan Sargent finishes in the top 5 of the F2 championship, he'll get the super license points to be on the grid for next year. He's currently 6th in the sprint. Not sure what that means for the F2 Championship, but I think he'll be fine to make the top 5, I'm pretty sure. So, as Liam Lawson, by the way, who obviously replaced Max Verstappen in practice 1 yesterday, is in the lead. And he overtook Richard for sure, the lead a lap ago, with a pretty ambitious move at the turn 6-7 chicane. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Logan Sargent is going to make it to Williams for next year. Eric says maybe they're considering replacing him, but not yet. Maybe they want to see how he does for the start of next season. True. Celebrity Olympics says Matteo Binotto should be removed from the team principal role. Don't get me wrong, but the main reason for Ferrari's horrific strategy calls is Rueda. Continuation, Binotto fired from team principal, stays as the one job he's damn good at though, which I'm guessing you are saying, technical director or technical guy, or no, the main technical engineer at Ferrari. And then goes on to say, Rueda is a fucking disappointment. Remove him from the team, not any job. Fire him entirely. Hello, by the way, to Corey Plays in the chat. Good to see you. Ideally, yeah, that would be good if they could put Binotto back into the, say, technical director role, because that is his strength. And when he was technical director, even though he was definitely responsible for the illegal power unit of I guess you'd say 2018 maybe as well, but definitely 2019, he was definitely better in that role. And the Ferrari cars, under his management, I mean, they've, aerodynamically speaking, they've been pretty good. They've not been as good as they could have been, but they've been, not as bad as they were 10 years ago. When, Alonso was driving some absolute dogs for Ferrari. But, what do you call it? Yeah, the only concern I have is, will it undermine the new team principal, having the old team principal still at the team? And there might still be like an ill feeling within the team, maybe. Yeah, that might be a bit difficult to work out. But yeah, if they can ideally pull that off, that would be great. No doubt about it. Right, I'm going to probably read comments for the next, say, 7 to 10 minutes. And then I'm going to get into the final 30 minutes of this preview going into qualifying and build up, and I'll go through the teams and get into how I think they're all going to get on in qualifying. So yeah, just letting you guys know that, and make sure again, if you haven't already, to vote in that poll at the top of the live chat. Nino says just get rid of Ferrari team and start from clean slate. They're unrepairable. Corey says, I hope Max will help Checo, because yes, I think Max made a mistake, and I hope he redeemed himself to fans, because people are being over the top, in my opinion. On social media, everyone is being over the top at the end of the day. People, they want to have their opinion or make their opinion, but they also want to get noticed as well. I mean, I wouldn't say I do that, because, I think I've proven over the years that, that I actually do believe what I say, and that, I have actual data or arguments behind the opinions I share, I guess you could say. But when it comes to, like, people on Twitter, yeah, a lot of the people on Twitter just say things without really any arguments or data to back up what they're saying. But yeah, that's not something I do, because it just feels, for me, totally wrong. But I did used to do it a few years ago when I was obviously a lot younger, and I started YouTube in 2016, 17. I used to be a lot more reactionary, and even in 2019 on this channel, because obviously I used to have an old channel which is no longer around. yeah, back in 2019 even, I used to be a lot more reactionary and maybe not as good as at presenting my arguments for why I believe something, but that's something I've definitely improved upon quite a lot in the last couple of years, is, actually presenting my arguments for why I believe a certain thing in regards to Formula One, when it comes to the drivers' teams and just, in general. But, age and experience obviously does help with that. Eric asks, what do you think about the claim that has been made that Max was still mad about the qualifying Monaco, which is why he did not switch places? It appears that, that probably was the reason, because when asked about it, he was very, he wanted to switch the topic straight away and was not really, bothering to answer that question. And I can understand why he would be bothered by that if Perez indeed did deliberately crash, which, I mean, there is decent evidence that he did. Still, again, hard to say whether he actually did or not, but I just don't think, in Brazil last weekend, I just don't think it was, him not letting Perez through to make a point. I just don't think it was necessary, and I don't think he should have died on that hill, if you know what I mean. He should have let it go, and maybe on another day made that point. But I think, in that race last weekend, there was no point dying on that hill, and he may as well just let Perez go, because, there was nothing for Max to gain necessarily in the Sao Paulo Grand Prix last weekend, where obviously Red Bull had such a messy weekend. Butterfly Blue Shorts says Ferrari have deeper issues about culture within the team as regards protocols. Binotto shouldn't have been promoted to the role. That's one thing I will say that I've got right, is I remember when Binotto was appointed team principal, which was I think almost 4 years ago now. It was January 2019. I said, and I did a stream, I think that night after it was announced, or the day after, I did a stream saying it was wrong, that it was the wrong decision, and that, if they were gonna go with the best option available, they should have probably kept Arrivabene. Even though Arrivabene, still had his weaknesses, Arrivabene was definitely a better team principal, I think, than Binotto has been, and I think was more suited to that role than Binotto has been. But I've said ever since then that I don't believe Binotto is team principal material, and I've always said since 2019 that Ferrari will never win a championship as long as Binotto is team boss, and I've been proven correct ever since then. And I don't see Ferrari winning a championship at all under his leadership, and I think most people would agree with that at this point, given what they've seen this season, but also what we've seen in the 4 seasons that Binotto has been team principal. Nino says, I often hear that Ferrari issues more on their Italian culture. Why don't they just get rid of all the Italian heads in their team? I mean, that is pretty difficult to do. For Ferrari, they can't just make it completely, non-Italian. I mean, if you look at, Mercedes, for example, even though they are a German team, obviously based in England, and they do have a lot of English engineers, mechanics, all of that, but the difference between a team like Mercedes or even Red Bull compared to Ferrari is Mercedes and Red Bull don't care what nationality they're or where, their employees are from. It's about how good are they? Are they the best out there that they can find? With Ferrari, that's not the case. It's more about a homegrown thing, which, it's great having, a homegrown feeling for the team, but when you're a team like Ferrari, the aim at the end of the day, and the aim for every team should be to hire the best people you can find. because obviously that will make you go further up the grid. But Ferrari have not been that way since Jean Todt left as team principal in 2008. Ever since he left, it's been really just what do you call it? It's just been a very, I don't know how to describe it really. Like a country club atmosphere in a way, where or I think another way to describe it for anyone who's like a football fan and maybe has played football at a very low level before, you'll kind of understand this. It's kind of like when you try to play for like a Sunday League team or a Sunday League quality level team, and the manager of the team, you know, half the team is basically picked because they're rather than their actual quality football wise, it's more to do with, you know, them being friends with the manager. It's kind of like that type of thing where or what Ferrari have had. It's more about or it's been more about in the last 15 years keeping the Italian culture within the team, and there's been a bit more of a I guess you could say country club type atmosphere rather than a proper winning top franchise culture of, you know, let's go and get the best people we can in motorsport to try and do the best we can and win championships. But yeah, I've also, you know, I've said plenty about all that stuff in in past, you know, videos, and obviously this year I've said plenty of stuff about, you know, the reasons why Ferrari are in the position they are in. And I will, by the way, guys, be doing a 2-part season review for Ferrari in the winter break, but it will not be coming out, those 2 parts, until December. My aim is to try and get both parts out before Christmas. If I can't get out before Christmas, I'll try and get both parts out before New Year. But yeah, the aim is to get both of those parts out before we get into Christmas, and then we can focus on some of the other videos I've got planned for January and the first half of February. But yeah, I'll be honest, after I do my season review for Ferrari for this year, I'm not sure about the future of, you know, Ferrari videos going forward, to be honest, because if nothing changes at the team and they just keep making the same mistakes, there's only so much you can say about them. So yeah, we'll see how things, you know, play out in or over the winter, and how things maybe change for the Ferrari team, hopefully for the better. But Josiah says no penalty for Hamilton. Confirmed. Let me just have a look. No penalty. So I'm assuming they've said that you know, he didn't have the appropriate time to react. Let me just have a look. The stewards actually took note of the precedent in relation to the Dutch Grand Prix last year of Max Verstappen, where no action was taken. Right, so yeah, I think they've just been a bit lenient there. I mean, looking back at it, I'd say definitely you can have a debate about it. Sorry, but yeah, I think, you know, you definitely could have presented the argument that he deserved a penalty, but you know, that's my opinion. But anyway, it is good to see that he doesn't have a penalty, because he's looking very quick, and Mercedes looking very quick, not just for the race but for qualifying, coming up in just over half an hour from now. By the way, apologies if the stream is buffering at all. Hopefully it should clear up in the next few minutes if it hasn't already. But what I'm going to do before we get into the teams and preview how they're going to get on in qualifying, I'm going to post the link of the stream back out a couple times, and then we'll go through all the teams and how I think they'll get on in qualifying. And make sure to keep voting in that poll at the top of the live chat, because I will end the poll and read out what you guys who you guys voted for is the most likely to get pole in qualifying. Right, let me just try and post this out quick. Come join us in watching along qualifying in Abu Dhabi. And I'll just post it out on Twitter as well. And the F2 race still hasn't finished, by the way. Qualifying still should, though, start on time. I don't think there's going to be a delay to qualifying because they still will have, 25 minutes to get the track ready if there's any issues. But, yeah, let me just post it out on Twitter quick. So come join us here to watch along qualifying for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And let me just do a few hashtags and then we'll get into previewing what is going to happen here. And I'll just do 2 more hashtags quick and then we will get into this. Right, there you go. So, all posted out, and hopefully we get some more people joining us in the next 30 minutes time. And yeah, I'm pretty sure, like I said, that qualifying will still start at 2 p.m. UK time, and which is in 29 minutes from now. But now let's get into the teams and how I think they'll get on in qualifying today. And of course, we'll start with Red Bull Racing. Looking at the pace so far, in practice 2, Max Verstappen was quite clearly much faster than everybody else, was 3.5 tenths clear. And then in practice 3, Max was still very quick, but Sergio Perez was now up to speed and pretty much, quicker obviously than Verstappen, but at least he was pretty much on the pace of Max Verstappen. So really, coming into qualifying here, and because we know Mercedes of the struggles they have with single lap qualifying, Red Bull, for me, are the clear favourites for pole position today. And looking at their pace, especially if Sergio Perez can keep up what he did in practice 3, front row lockout definitely could be possible. My prediction for Red Bull is going to be Max Verstappen on pole. Sergio Perez, I'm going to go in 3rd place because I just think Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes will just do enough to end up on the front row of the grid, which will make things very exciting for the race tomorrow. But yeah, Red Bull, for me, they are the team to beat. They've got the best car over a single lap by the looks of it so far this weekend. The only, I think, thing that could stop them, really, is not necessarily the Mercedes car, but definitely a superb lap by either Lewis Hamilton or George Russell in the, obviously, the very end of qualifying. That could scupper their chances, but as long as the 2 drivers produce the pace that, they should, and, end up, not making any mistakes, and the Red Bull car does have the pace in reality that we've seen so far, they should be absolutely fine to at least get pole position. Again, maybe the front row. If they're going to win tomorrow, a front row would be very good for them, because I reckon if it's a Red Bull and a Mercedes on the front row, going to be kind of a 50-50 as to who wins the race tomorrow, because we know they are so closely matched, Red Bull and Mercedes, over the course of a race distance. But yeah, Red Bull for me are the favourites, and my prediction is Max Verstappen will be the man on pole position. For the Ferrari team, if I can speak English, Ferrari, yeah, they've had a poor weekend so far. They were lacking quite a bit of pace in practice 2, where they were probably 2 or 3 tenths of a second slower than they would have expected to be in practice 2. And in practice 3, they were quite clearly slower than Red Bull and Mercedes, and were 6.5 tenths of a second away from Red Bull, who were first and second, of course. So, yeah, not looking good for Ferrari, and I think the best you're going to see is 4th and 6th from Ferrari. Most likely, though, probably 5th and 6th is what you're going to see from Ferrari. I know people may say, well, practice 3 is not the most representative session, but they just don't seem to have the raw pace that Red Bull and Mercedes do around this track, whether it's, earlier in the day, the running, or later in the evening, like, of course, qualifying will be, and the race will be tomorrow as well. They just don't, again, seem to have any real raw pace. And, of course, for the race tomorrow, I'm sure their pace will be even worse than what you'll see in qualifying in about 25 minutes' time. So, yeah, if you're a Ferrari fan, don't expect anything, because it looks as though you're heading probably for a third row lockout. For Mercedes-Benz, they are, the only team that can stop Red Bull getting pole position for the 3rd year in a row at this Grand Prix. We know Mercedes have had a great record here in the past of getting pole positions and locking out the front row as well. And I'd say a front row lockout, probably not possible in this session, but like I said with Red Bull a moment ago, pole position is possible, but I think it's more so going to come down to an unbelievable lap from the driver, either Hamilton or Russell, rather than the car being legitimately quick enough to actually be on pole position. I think if the drivers can't produce something extra special, then I think most likely Mercedes are going to lack probably just that extra couple tenths of a second to Red Bull, who will be on pole position. So, we'll see if they can produce that extra special lap or extra special pace, whatever you want to call it. Lewis Hamilton, we know, in the final sector here in Abu Dhabi is always stunningly quick, and Russell has been very quick this weekend as well. So watch out for both of them in the Silver Arrows, that thankfully, from their point of view, has got a Grand Prix win from last weekend before, of course, the season is over. And, things are looking very good for them. And I think for Mercedes, really, coming into qualifying, as long as they can get a car onto the front row of the grid, then I think that'd be good enough. Because I think they know if they've got a car on the front row of the grid, they've then got a car that legitimately is quick enough to win the race. Of course, if they were to get a similar start to last year's Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, then things would be looking very good for Mercedes-Benz. And thankfully, Lewis Hamilton has no penalty for passing Kevin Magnussen, I think it was, under red flags in practice 3. So, looking good for Mercedes. Looking especially good so far this weekend. I didn't expect them to be quite this quick over a single lap. But, looking good. And as long as they can get at least a front row position, that would be, I reckon, good enough for Mercedes-Benz. But for the top 6, I think it'll be Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, and then I'm going to say Russell 4th, Leclerc 5th, and Carlos Sainz, I think, will end up in P6. And we'll now go on to, quickly, for the next, 10 minutes or so, the midfield team, starting off with McLaren. McLaren looked pretty competitive. 5th and 8th they were in practice 3, and in practice 2, Ricciardo was in the top 10 as well, with Lando Norris in P11. Norris, of course, yesterday only did one session, because the first session, Patricio O'Ward was in his car, obviously one of the reserve drivers that McLaren do have. So, Norris, from what we saw in practice 3, looks as though he's bang on the pace. And if there is any surprises to be caused from a midfield team or a driver from the midfield, Lando Norris is the one to look out for, because he has a great record in qualifying here at this Grand Prix. Always been very quick here, and McLaren look to have a pretty good car here as well. Maybe even just as quick, if not a tad quicker than Alpine. I still think Alpine will be very quick in qualifying and will have most likely both cars in Q3, but it is looking very good on the McLaren front. Of course, they're 19 points behind Alpine in the championship. Mathematically, it is still possible, but realistically, I don't think it is possible for McLaren to finish 4th in the championship. But it's looking good, maybe, for a double Q3 appearance, something they've not had that many times at all in 2022. So look out for McLaren. They've got a pretty good car this weekend. And of course, Daniel Ricciardo in his final race for McLaren looking pretty good so far as well. For Alpine, Alpine looking good. They were 7th and 8th in practice 2. I think they were just outside the top 10 in practice 3. So, wasn't great in practice 3. But then again, their best laps they did were, were a bit earlier in the session compared to McLaren. So, I don't think we've seen truly the representative pace of, what Alpine can do so far today. And if we look at yesterday, obviously the representative practice 2 session held in conditions very similar, if not identical to what we're going to be seeing in qualifying in 20 minutes time. Alpine were the best midfield team. So, do expect Alpine to be very quick. Of course, they've been very quick all season, but both drivers look to be pretty good. Esteban Ocon even looks to be a tad quicker than Fernando Alonso, which is a surprise because obviously Alonso normally is ahead of Ocon. To be honest though, when you look at what Alonso has done here in the past at this Grand Prix, Alonso's not been particularly great here in the past. He's had a couple great races here, no doubt about it, but he's never been as stunningly quick here as he's been at other Grand Prix, and Esteban has been actually pretty quick here. Don't be surprised if Esteban is at least right on the pace with Alonso in this session. Both Alpine drivers looking pretty quick, and as I said, 19 points clear of McLaren in the fight for 4th in the championship. As long as they get both cars in the top 10 in qualifying, and then convert that in the race, that'll be a good finish for what's been a very good season. The Alpine team. For Alfa Romeo, Valtteri Bottas, who has always been very quick here, looked pretty quick in practice 2 yesterday, was P10. Wasn't that quick though in practice 3. I'm not quite sure we saw truly what they have, Alfa Romeo, pace-wise in practice 3. So going off of practice 2, I think Valtteri Bottas is definitely a dark horse to get into the 3rd and final part of qualifying. And if he could do so and somehow get ahead of the 2 Aston Martins, who are pretty competitive so far this weekend, that would be great for their mini fight in the Constructors' Championship. Of course, there is only 5 points separating Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin, and Alfa Romeo leading that fight for 6th in the championship coming into this final Grand Prix. So, Bottas, look out for him. He could be a dark horse to sneak into the top 10. And also watch out for Zhou Guanyu, because Zhou, last few races has raced at circuits that, he's never been to before. This Grand Prix, he has raced at, or this Grand Prix track, he has raced at before. So that's going to help Zhou Guanyu quite a bit. But Alfa Romeo not looking too bad, I think. And I don't think they'll be too bad in this session. For Haas F1, they're very, very slow. And I don't think you're going to see them that competitive in this session. They were probably the slowest team in practice 2 yesterday. So, not looking good, which is surprising because this track is quite high speed, but they don't seem to have any real pace this weekend. So, disappointing end to the season, it looks as though it's going to be. As long as AlphaTauri, though, don't have a great session, I think they'll be absolutely fine with not having the greatest session in the world. And for AlphaTauri are definitely quicker than Haas, but they're not looking at all like top 10 contenders. They look as though they could probably get on 13th, 14th on the grid. Anything more than that, though, would be a very good result for them. Because, yeah, so far this weekend, they've been between, 14th and 20th on the grid. So, yeah, it'd be surprising if they could end up getting into Q3 or even getting close to Q3. But I guess going into the race, because of their fight with Haas in the championship, only 2 points separating them in the fight for 8th, as long as they can outdo Haas, then that is, I guess, good enough for the AlphaTauri team. So we'll see if they can do that. And for Aston Martin looking decently quick with at least one of their drivers. Lance Stroll, not that quick, I have to say, so far this weekend. But Sebastian Vettel has been very quick so far in what is his last Grand Prix, we think, in Formula 1. Was in 7th place in Practice 3 and was also 6th in Practice 1 and was, I think, 12th in Practice 2. So, yeah, Sebastian has got some very good pace. And Aston Martin have got a pretty decent car handling-wise for this circuit. So, yeah, looking good for Aston Martin and for Sebastian Vettel. And I would say Vettel and Bottas are definitely two dark horses to look out for who could end up in Q3. Because both are driving very well, both are very quick at the moment, and both cars handling pretty well around this circuit. So watch out for Sebastian Vettel and Aston Martin. And finally is Williams. Williams a bit quicker this weekend than I expected them to be. And the reason that is because the first two sectors are so high speed. Obviously, it suits the Williams car a lot because they are so mentally quick in the straights and in the high speed sections. And Alex Albon in Practice 3 was really, really quick. He finished up in, was it 8th place or 10th place? I think it was 10th place in Practice 3. So yeah, very impressive from Alex Albon. And yeah, I think if you're going to see a big surprise in qualifying today, Alex Albon, I think, could be that big surprise. If he got into the top 10 in Q3, that would be a phenomenal effort from Albon, who definitely goes well around a track like this. We've seen him have some good results here in the past. But yeah, watch out for Albon. Very, very quick he is, and the Williams car not looking too bad either. But now we'll cut back onto these pictures as we've got 13 minutes to go, guys, until qualifying gets underway. I just want to read out quickly. Butterfly, Blue Shorts has sent in a super chat for €2. Doesn't put any message, but cheers for the €2. Much appreciated. And just want to say as well, we are currently on 95 likes. Let's try and get over 100 if we can before qualifying gets underway. And yeah, qualifying, no delay, thankfully, for qualifying, and it will be underway in 12 and a half minutes, basically, from now. So probably in, I don't know, next 5 minutes or so, as Perez getting loads of photographs with some of the fans outside the Red Bull garage on his way to the garage from the motorhome. Yeah, in the next 5 minutes, I'm probably going to end the poll in the chat and see who you guys think will be most likely on pole position for this final Grand Prix of the season. As I can see Christian Horner being interviewed on Sky F1, as he usually is. Always available to chat to the media is the Red Bull team boss. And just a reminder again, if you're wondering, Lewis Hamilton, and by the way, cheers guys for getting us over 100 likes. We're now to 105, so thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. What was I going to say? Lewis Hamilton, yeah, has not been given a penalty for overtaking under red flags because it was deemed that, it wasn't a clear breaking of the rules, and he wasn't exactly given the best chance to, to slow down and not overtake the cars that he did. And looking back at it, I think in reflection, yeah, it's probably fair that he didn't get a penalty because they just showed a slow-mo on Sky F1 and the red flag, red light, didn't really come out until as he was literally about to pass Magnussen, I think it was. So, yeah, I'd say a fair decision, but I can understand, why I earlier was saying that I think he should have got a penalty. And I can understand if there's still people saying, that he should have got a penalty because, yeah, it is a pretty serious rule. But I think looking at the circumstances, I think it was the right decision. And thankfully, doesn't ruin what's going to be, I think, a pretty exciting qualifying session at the front of the field and really throughout the entire field in general, as pretty much darkness has descended at Yas Marina on the Yas Island, I think it is. And yeah, 10 minutes to go until qualifying gets underway. Nathan says the flag was yellow. If you go and look at the actual broadcast, what was it? After he passed Norris, it went red, and then there was a red flag that just started to be waved. But again, it was too late for Hamilton to react. So it wasn't a yellow light, or maybe he had a yellow light on his dash. But yeah, outside of that, it wasn't a yellow light. It was red. But again, I don't think he had the time really to adjust. Ken Wallace says, for anyone to hate a whole country over F1, it's sad. Really sad, man. Yeah, it is. It is, for sure. Will F1 says, both AlphaTauri drivers have been poor this year. Quite frankly, the car is all right, but Gasly can't wait for Alpine, and Yuki is not delivering anything. I don't think they've been that bad. They've not been as good as maybe my expectations were coming into the season, but yeah, I think for Gasly has been the biggest disappointment driver-wise this season for sure. Well, has he been? Yeah, I'd say he has been. Considering, 2021, he had, I think, 15 or 16 Q3 appearances, and he was one of the top few drivers on the grid last year. He was incredible in 2021, but this year, massive drop-off. Tsunoda has improved, but maybe not by as much as I would have hoped. But I still think Tsunoda's made some good improvements, but just need to see probably a bit more next season. But I don't think the AlphaTauri car has been particularly great this year, I've got to be honest. But I'm now going to end the poll in the chat because I think we've got plenty of votes collected now. And 668 votes, thankfully 2 more than the fateful number. Yeah, 668 votes in total. And the question I asked you guys was, who do you think will get pole for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? The options were Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, and Russell. And you voted for Verstappen first with 39% of the vote. Hamilton was second with 36% of the vote. Perez third with 18% of the vote. And Russell fourth with just 5% of the vote. So interesting that Russell is fourth. Good to see a close voting battle, I guess you could say, between Verstappen and Hamilton. And yeah, I can understand why people think Hamilton can definitely get pole today because he has been always very quick here. But I think Max has got just too quick of a car, and obviously he is very quick around here as well to to be stopped from getting pole. But we'll see. Hopefully it's a bit more exciting and unpredictable than I'm thinking going into this session. But in the next couple minutes, I will cut away from the timer and we'll go into some final stats and the championship standings as well before we get into qualifying in Abu Dhabi. Get ready, guys, for what's going to be, hopefully, an exciting final qualifying session of 2022. As all the drivers getting suited and booted for this final qualifying session. And obviously Sebastian Vettel getting ready for his final ever qualifying session. As Sky F1 now cut to an ad break. But I'll try and read out a couple final comments before we get into qualifying. And then we'll get into some last few things before we get into the session itself. Vince just says, almost 9 a.m. in Florida. Morning coffee and F1 is a great way to start the weekend. Good to see you, by the way, mate. And hopefully you're doing well. Let's find some other comments if I can, quick. Eric says, will Red Bull take a double win? And if they're on the podium, they would have been on the podium in all but 2 races. Yeah, it's been an incredible season for Red Bull, an incredible success in the races on the Sunday. Will F1 says, seriously don't understand how people say Hamilton's been better than Russell this season. Lewis was poor before Canada. Both drivers were doing experimental setups. I mean, yeah, both drivers were, but Lewis, I think, was doing more experimental work than Russell was. But also, I mean, you said Lewis before Canada, in your opinion, was poor. Yeah, he wasn't great. Wasn't as great as, you know, the Lewis Hamilton we know and love. But, you know, Canada was, you know, before even the halfway point of the season. And I think if you look at the season as a whole, I think Lewis Hamilton has been the better driver this season. But it has been a very close fight. I'm not going to deny that. George Russell has been very good in 2022. But the F1 intro is now playing, so I think I'm now going to get into my final little bits of build-up before qualifying gets underway. So I'll hide that and get into it now. So some stats regarding Red Bull. Max Verstappen has taken pole position in the last 2 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, so look out for him because he has a very good record here as of late. Also, Red Bull, great record here as of late. They've taken pole in Abu Dhabi 5 times since 2010. Red Bull, though, have only, out of the 21 races so far, started on pole 7 times in 2022. Yeah, their success has been on the Sunday, of course. That's why they've been so good in 2022. From Ferrari and Charles Leclerc's point of view, Leclerc has taken pole 9 times in 2022. Ferrari, though, have never taken pole position in Abu Dhabi, which is quite embarrassing considering they've got, you know, the Ferrari World, I think, roller coaster here. And as well, you know, we've raced here for what, 12, 13 years now, and they still haven't got pole position. Very embarrassing indeed. Ferrari, though, have been the most successful team in qualifying in 2022. 9 poles for Leclerc, and I think a further 3 for Sainz, where he's, you know, started the race on pole. So yeah, they have been the best team in qualifying. Ferrari, so watch out for them still. For Mercedes and Lewis Hamilton has taken pole position in Abu Dhabi 5 times. Watch out for him. He's always been stunningly quick at this Grand Prix. Mercedes' last pole position in Abu Dhabi was in 2019 with Lewis Hamilton. And Mercedes have started on pole in 2022 just twice. Once in Hungary and obviously locked out the front row in Brazil. And quickly with McLaren, Lando Norris has qualified inside the top 6 of every Abu Dhabi Grand Prix raced in. 6th in 2019, 4th in 2020, 3rd last year in 2021. And McLaren were the last team outside Red Bull and Mercedes to take pole in Abu Dhabi back in 2012. And finally for Sebastian Vettel, he has taken pole in Abu Dhabi twice since 2010. Look out for him. I'm sure he'll put in an extra special effort for his final Grand Prix and his final qualifying session of his career. Vettel, though, has been knocked out in Q2 in the last 2 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And quickly, before we get into the session, here are the championship standings. Max Verstappen, of course, the champion. Leclerc, Perez locked on points in the battle for second. Obviously, Perez and Leclerc desperately need to get a great qualifying position today. George Russell is in 4th, with Lewis Hamilton 5th. Carlos Sainz is 6th. That's still a close battle there for 5th in the championship. With Lando Norris in 7th, Ocon 8th, Alonso 9th, and Bottas in 10th. And on the constructor side, Red Bull obviously the champions, with Ferrari in 2nd. Only 19 points clear of Mercedes, and if Mercedes have a big weekend this weekend, they could end up finishing 2nd in the Constructors' Championship, Alpine 4th, 19 points clear of McLaren in 5th. Alfa Romeo 6th, 5 points clear of Aston Martin in 7th. Haas 8th, 2 points clear of AlphaTauri in 9th. And Williams are 10th and last. So guys, here we are. Let me just quickly delete these couple things quickly so the stream can run a bit quicker. And let's now get up the graphics and all of that stuff for qualifying that I think is either literally about to begin in a second or has just about begun. So just give me a few seconds, guys. Obviously, Q1, 18-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the at the 17-minute mark. And let me just adjust that picture a bit more. And there, of course, on the left-hand side is the running order from practice 3. And let me just get out my dotted line to illustrate where the cutoff zone is. And that might be actually a bit too big. There you go. Let me do it like that. That's better. So from below that dotted line, which at the minute is Stroll, Magnussen, Schumacher, Zhou and Latifi, if it ends that way, then that will be obviously the drivers knocked out in Q1. And yep, Q1 and qualifying for the final time this season is now underway, as the darkness pretty much has descended. And the first cars on track, Aston Martin's, Williams's, and an AlphaTauri there. I think both AlphaTauris actually. Yep, both AlphaTauris on track. As there's Norbert Vettel, Sebastian Vettel's father, in the Aston Martin garage, and he does look like a really cool guy. And there you go. Timer on the screen now. 17 minutes to go until the end of qualifying 1. And by the way, afternoon to McLaren from race. Good to see you and great to see everyone in the chat. Hope you're all doing well. And yeah, let's see how these first runs go. And I think the main focus of this first run will be Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin. As Sebastian's dad getting a nice round of applause. And some signs in the crowd as well, thanking Seb. And no matter what you think of how great he really has been, or how good he really has been in his F1 career, he's had a great career, contributed a lot to F1, and he will be missed. There is no doubt about that. As he now backs off quite a lot from his teammate ahead, and a couple of the AlphaTauris as well. And now starts to build speed slightly. And yep, now through turn 15. And gets his lap as he exits now the final corner. There you go. And begins his first qualifying lap. Let's see what Sebastian Vettel has for us. I think his best lap in practice 3 was 1:25.9 or a 1:26.0, something like that. So it'd be interesting to see what his first lap time of Q1 is. Good first sector, 17.7. And quicker than Alex Albon, I think, by a smidgen. Yeah, the cars on track right now. Vettel, Albon, Tsunoda, Gasly, Stroll, Magnussen, Schumacher, and Latifi. And Vettel, all deep at turn 6, I think. Just a bit deeper than he would have wanted. Good run on the exit, though, of the turn 6 and 7 chicane. So no problem there. But yeah, just went a bit too deep. As Nicholas Latifi goes quickest. As he does the first lap time of qualifying. So let me just quickly put that up on the running order. Pierre Gasly now goes quickest as Vettel hasn't had the greatest lap so far as Alex Albon has done a purple middle sector. So Albon proving that the Williams is pretty quick. Yuki Tsunoda now goes quickest as Sebastian Vettel comes to the line and only goes third. And yeah, that wasn't the greatest first lap for Vettel. And those tyres didn't seem to be properly fired up. Tsunoda is P1. Mick Schumacher is in second. And then it is Lance Stroll in third place. Let me just update that. So Stroll is up to third. We've now got the two Ferraris of Leclerc and Sainz on an outlap. So they'll be setting their first times in the next couple of minutes. But yeah, Stroll is third with Sebastian Vettel in P4. And then Gasly's fifth with Magnussen in sixth. And then you've got Albon in seventh. And then Latifi eighth. And then that is all of the times done so far. So far, only 8 times on the board. And it's Tsunoda, P1 from Schumacher, Stroll, Vettel, Gasly, Magnussen, Albon, Latifi. As we've got, two Ferraris on the circuit on an outlap. Also now the 2 Red Bulls, 2 McLarens as well, and the 2 Alfa Romeos. Just waiting for the 2 Mercedes and 2 Alpine cars to come out onto the track. But one thing to say is, as Lewis Hamilton now comes out onto track, and probably Russell will in a second as well, around this track this weekend, because we've got the 3 softest compounds, C5, C4, C3, we're not going to see the drivers going for more than one flying lap on, say, one set of tyres. Because, as I can see there, Andrea Agnelli at the in the Ferrari garage with Felipe Massa. Obviously, Andrea Agnelli is the, I think, director of Juventus, all part of the Fiat group, just like Ferrari, as Charles Leclerc starts his first flying lap of qualifying, and so does Carlos Sainz. Yeah, you're not going to see drivers do more than one lap in a row, flying lap-wise on the set of tyres, because these tyres around this track aren't hanging up as well, as Leclerc does a pretty good first sector, pretty out-shaped, though, on the exit of the hairpin, turn 5. As Carlos Sainz has backed off on his lap for whatever reason, as Sergio Perez has now started his first flying lap and has done a good first sector. And half a tenth quicker even than Charles Leclerc in the first sector, as Leclerc is now coming up to the middle sector point and is half a second up on Yuki Tsunoda. Leclerc will most likely go P1, but you have to say, looking at this, looking at Leclerc and his car, it doesn't look very comfortable. That Ferrari car looks like it's on the absolute edge of going into the wall, to be honest. As Perez has done a very good middle sector, so Perez on course here to be going quickest, as Charles Leclerc looks a lot better in the final bit of the lap and does go quickest by 9/10 of a second onto a 1:25.2, which is a lot better of a lap time than we saw in practice 3. So Leclerc quickest. Max Verstappen's now done a purple first sector. Here comes Sergio Perez, who goes quickest by 0.4 of a second. And clearly Red Bull proving their superior pace compared to Ferrari. Perez quickest on a 1:24.8, the quickest time of the weekend so far. Max has not done a purple middle sector, but is about 700ths up on Perez. Lando Norris comes to the line and goes third, and is only 0.4 of a second slower than Leclerc, so a pretty good lap there for Lando. And yeah, up to P3. Lewis Hamilton's not done a great lap so far, as Daniel Ricciardo is up to 4th. Let's just see where Max Verstappen goes. Max Verstappen goes to the top of the timesheets by 0.066 of a second. Verstappen is first with Perez second. Yellow flag in sector 3. Now it's a green flag, so not sure what that was for. But Ricciardo is now in P5. Lewis Hamilton now goes 5th. But yeah, that's a disappointing lap for Hamilton. 8.5 tenths slower than Verstappen, as Russell now goes 4th for Mercedes. So it'll be Hamilton actually in 6th place. And yeah, so it's Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Norris, or Russell, then Norris. Hold on, I haven't actually put Russell up to 4th place yet. So Russell 4th, then Norris in 5th. Here's a replay of Leclerc on the exit of the hairpin. Just a replay, I think, of how aggressively Leclerc was using the exit. And yeah, he definitely would not have gained any time doing that, but you know, he still used that part of the track anyway. Try and maximise the corner the best way he could. As we've now got Fernando Alonso on a flying lap, and Carlos Sainz now goes 3rd for Ferrari. So good first lap there by Sainz, about a 10th quicker than his teammate. Sainz looking better than he did yesterday. So it's Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc, Russell 5th, Norris in 6th, and then Hamilton 7th. Ocon is 8th for Alpine. And then Ricciardo is 9th, and then it is Tsunoda 10th. Zhou is 11th for Alfa Romeo. With, we've got someone up into, it's actually Kevin Magnussen up to P11. So then it is Zhou 12th. Lance Stroll is 13th with Vettel 14th. Mick Schumacher 15th. And then in the drop zone, Gasly, Albon, Bottas and Latifi, as Alonso is about to complete his first lap of qualifying and goes only up to P12, as Pierre Gasly goes 11th for AlphaTauri. So Gasly 11th, and Alonso is in 12th spot. And Alonso, here's a replay of him at turn 9, and yeah, fighting the car aggressively on the exit, and maybe was distracted by his teammate ahead. And yeah, probably on the radio saying that he was distracted. But there's definitely, 2 or 3 tenths of a second more in that Alpine from Alonso. I'm sure he'll improve further. But 6 minutes and nearly 15 seconds to go in Q1. Currently, on their way out in Q1, Sebastian Vettel, Mick Schumacher, Valtteri Bottas, Alex Albon, and Nicholas Latifi. Bit surprising that Albon is, as slow as he is so far. And yes, surprising that, Aston Martin and Alfa Romeo as well, because you've only got Zhou in 14th place. Surprising that those two teams are not very quick right now, but we still have one final run to go in Q1. So, yeah, plenty of time to get a final good run in. By the way, hello to G Walker in chat. Good to see you and great to see everyone as always. And at the moment, yeah, everybody piling back into the pits for a bit more fuel and a fresh set of C5 soft compound tyres, as there's an AlphaTauri there of Yuki Tsunoda, I think, who's being weighed at the weighbridge. And yeah, everybody in the pits now except for Charles Leclerc, who I assume will be coming into the pits, because I don't think he's put on a new set of tyres as Leclerc, as we're just looking at Hamilton in the garage, currently in P7. Yeah, Mercedes, 8 tenths of a second away from Red Bull so far. maybe their first laps were just not that very good in Q1, but that'd be a bit concerning if they are that far off, and that maybe, you know, their pace in practice maybe wasn't as good as we thought it was. But Valtteri Bottas, we're now looking at the garage, and yeah, if he was to qualify Bottas in 18th, he'd be very disappointed with that, because we know how quick he is around a track like this. And yeah, Charles Leclerc now being wheeled back into the garage, so everybody in the pit lane with 4 minutes to go in Q1. Who do you think, guys, will get knocked out? Again, Vettel, Schumacher, Bottas, Albon, Latifi are the ones currently in the drop zone. As out comes George Russell and Lewis Hamilton, I think, as well. Yep, and now everyone piling onto track for the final run of Q1. And yeah, I'd say this fight is really between AlphaTauri, Haas, Aston Martin, Alfa Romeo, Williams, I think, as to who gets in Q2 and who gets knocked out in Q1. Alonso is in 12th, but I think Alonso can definitely improve on the lap he did, because the lap he did was not as good as it could have been. As the crowd patiently awaiting some more flying laps. And yeah, everyone now on an out lap except for the Alpine of Ocon and the 2 Ferraris of Sainz and Leclerc. But I'm sure they'll be back out on track. You'd hope that Ferrari went back out on track, because you never know how the track can improve in terms of grip. And, you know, you don't want to take an unnecessary risk if you don't have to. As we're looking at the visor cam of Mick Schumacher. And it's good when you have a night race, or a night race, I guess you could say. Because, yeah, you can see clearly through the visor of the driver. It gives you a good indication as to what they, you know, are looking out for. And, yeah, does help us understand just what the drivers go through in a Formula 1 car, as Sebastian Vettel begins his final run in Q1. Currently 16th. Can he get into Q2? If he wants to get in the points tomorrow, really needs to be getting into Q2 at the very least. And he's done a very good first sector, nearly 0.2 quicker than Lance Stroll. So, good improvement so far from Vettel. As he now comes down to the turn 6-7 chicane, went a bit deeper here last time. And yeah, a lot better this time from Vettel. So it should be a lot better of a middle sector than what we saw earlier in Q1. As we're just looking at Lewis Hamilton starting his final lap in Q1. Don't really want to be seeing this right now because it's not really important. Here we go. Sebastian Vettel 4.5 tenths up on Stroll after the first 2 sectors. This is a good lap. And probably will be, if he keeps this pace up, good enough for him to get into Q2. As he exits now turn 15. There's an AlphaTauri there that was kind of on the racing line. Quite a bit of traffic in the way, but I think he will get away with it, Vettel, and not get held up as he comes to the line and goes all the way up to P5. What a final lap and final sector by Sebastian Vettel. And yeah, up to 5th. That should be good enough as Latifi goes 14th for Williams. And now Zhou Guanyu goes 9th for Alfa Romeo. What a lap from Zhou and Latifi. And now Mick Schumacher goes up to 10th position in the Haas car. And now in the drop zone, Lance Stroll has gone up to 12th. I'm not sure if that'll be good enough in the end for Stroll, as Alex Albon only goes 17th, and he is out of Q1, and so is Latifi. Valtteri Bottas only goes 16th. He's out as well. And Kevin Magnussen we're now looking at. Fernando Alonso is in the drop zone in 17th place. And Gasly is 15th, and he's finished up in 15th place as Lando Norris has improved P5. And here comes Kevin Magnussen. As Alonso's not improved on his lap so far. What a disaster as Kevin Magnussen goes 14th for Haas. And that pushes Gasly firmly into the drop zone. And Alonso exits the final corner, and he does do a good enough final sector and goes up to 14th as Yuki Tsunoda then improves up to 10th place. And is there any further improvements? No, I don't think there is. There is not. So that is Q1 over and done with, guys. And let's go through the final order of Q1. So into Q2, Verstappen, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc, Norris, Vettel, Russell, Hamilton, Zhou. Good job, by the way, by Zhou, out-qualifying his teammate. Tsunoda, Schumacher, Ocon, Stroll, Ricciardo, and Alonso. And knocked out, guys, in Q1, Kevin Magnussen, Pierre Gasly, Valtteri Bottas, Alex Albon, and Nicholas Latifi. Got to say, looking at the replay there, Sebastian did so well in the final part of that lap to not get distracted by the traffic. Because Russell saying, don't know what the hell the Red Bull was doing. It was dangerously going so slow. Or it was fucking dangerous going so slow. I mean, yeah, going a bit too slow there, the Red Bull. But it was on the straight and there was no issue about visibility or anything. So I think it was fine, to be honest. Yeah, Magnussen, Gasly, Bottas, Albon, and Latifi out in Q1. Good job also by Tsunoda to get into Q2 and out-qualify his teammate. And, yeah, the biggest surprise there, for sure, is Valtteri Bottas knocked out in Q1. I did not think that was going to happen. But great job, like I said, from Zhou Guanyu to out-qualify his teammate, which is something he's not done that much as of late. But Q2 will be underway in a couple of minutes' time. And, of course, Q2 15 minutes long. I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. Let me just get the second dotted line out to illustrate where the cut-off zone is. I promise for next year I'll come up with some sort of a better system to, illustrate the cut-off zone better. And is that good enough? Let's see. And yeah, that should be good enough. So obviously, in between the two dotted lines, it's Schumacher, Ocon, Stroll, Ricciardo, Alonso at the minute. If it ends that way at the end of Q2, they'll be knocked out in Q2. Like I said, I will try and improve upon this for next season. I've got a couple ideas that I might probe for improving, the running order and how it looks during qualifying. But yeah, obviously, I've got all of the winter to try and make some improvements. But yeah, Q2 should be underway in a minute or so. Good to see that Ferrari, before qualifying, staged a... and I think not even before qualifying, I think before practice as well. Did a good tribute for Sebastian Vettel that he was there for, thankfully. And despite it ending in a sour fashion, good to see them, making up there. Simon says Gasly disappoints yet again in 2022. Indeed. Yeah. That's why, for me, Pierre has been so disappointing this season, because last year he was a banker to get into the top 10 every weekend, it felt, and he had so many great results in qualifying. He was always like in the top 6, top 7 on the grid. This season, yeah, Really lacking in that car. As now we await Q2 to get underway, and Zhou and Tsunoda were the big surprises there in Q1, getting into the top 10. Be incredible if they could do so in Q2 to obviously get into Q3. As F1 patiently waiting for the session to get going again, and obviously Sebastian Vettel did a great job as well. 6th in Q1. As long as he gets into Q3, I think that really that's the best he can do with this car. If he gets more than 10th place, obviously that'd be great. But as long as he gets a top 10 starting position for the race, that would be, ideal. Because then he would pretty much be bang on, guaranteed, with the type of pace Aston Martin have, to finish in the points in his final Grand Prix. As Sky F1 interviewing Andreas Seidel on the team pit wall for McLaren. Obviously, the McLaren team principal is Andreas. He was also one of the other rumoured names that Ferrari have looked at for team principal of Ferrari. I don't think they would be able to get Andreas because I think Andreas is committed to McLaren. But if they were able to get him, that would be a big signing for them. Andreas has proved to be a very good team boss, and he's got great experience in motorsport as well. As Q2 is underway, I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. One thing I'm looking out for in this session is some improvement from Mercedes, because 7th and 8th in Q1 is not really what we, are expecting from them. As Tsunoda there, we just saw briefly memorising with his eyes closed the lap he's about to do. And there we're looking at Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. Good session, Q1, ending up 3rd ahead of his teammate Charles Leclerc. As, the two Mercedes are the first two cars on track. We'll see what type of pace and what their lap times are like. And the quickest times in Q1 were 1:24.8 or something like that. So, we'll see how they do. And there you go. 14 minutes to go in Q2. I'm just going to quickly, guys, whilst we wait for the first laps in Q2 to begin, I'm just going to quickly, as Hamilton says, the brake is still a problem. So maybe that's why Hamilton was struggling a bit in Q1. Let me just quickly have a quick drink to help my throat, and then we'll get into the rest of this session. As Lewis Hamilton is now coming up to the end of his outlap. And the two Mercedes still the only cars on track at the minute. And Lewis Hamilton now begins his first attempt at getting into Q2. And even if he has a slight brake issue, he still should be easily getting into Q3. As qualifying head-to-head, Hamilton is currently 12-9 and has won that battle, obviously, because this is the final Grand Prix. And the qualifying head-to-heads aren't everything to look at in regards to, how teammates compare with one another, but they are definitely important. There's no doubt about it. As Lance Stroll now enters the track, and so does Sebastian Vettel. As Lewis Hamilton has done a better first sector than George Russell. As, all the other cars now piling onto the track, which is good to see. And Hamilton, 54.7 for the first two sectors so far. We'll see in about 10 seconds from now how Russell is doing in comparison to Lewis. As Lewis comes into the final sector now, and into turn 13 and 14. And Russell quicker than Hamilton by quite a bit in that middle sector, as Lewis Hamilton comes through the final corner, comes to the line, and does a 1:25.7, which again is not very quick given that the quickest time in Q1 was a 1:24.8, I believe. So, yeah, Hamilton not very quick right now, as George Russell now comes to the line and does a 1:25.3. 4 tenths quicker, but again, with Mercedes, they don't seem to be very quick right now. Because, yeah, Red Bull were in the late 1:24s in Q1, and Mercedes not quite in a low 1:25 situation. So maybe Mercedes are just struggling with these cooler conditions. We have seen in 2022 that cooler conditions do hurt Mercedes because they can't fire their tyres up as much as the Red Bull and Ferrari can. As Lance Stroll is on a flying lap now, and so is Sebastian Vettel. We're currently, though, on the TV broadcast, looking at Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, who is on his outlap with Carlos Sainz not too far behind. And there is Felipe Massa in the Ferrari garage, who obviously came very close to winning the World Championship for Ferrari in 2008. And was a pretty good driver for them. In his last couple years, he wasn't great, but I think that was mostly due to the car being so poor in comparison to the one he was driving in the year that he almost won the championship. As Charles Leclerc now begins his first flying lap of Q2. And let's see whether Ferrari, now that F1 is showing what they've really got, let's see whether Ferrari have continued the good or decent pace from Q1, where they seem to be quicker than Mercedes. And well, what a first sector that is. Quarter of a second quicker than Russell in the first sector alone, and so is Carlos Sainz. And Lando Norris goes quicker even than the Ferraris in that first sector. So Mercedes, for some reason, not very quick. And Sebastian Vettel has now split the two Mercedes, and Vettel is up to second. So yeah, Mercedes have not done good laps there and seem to be struggling. As Yuki Tsunoda now goes up to 4th place. Stroll is 5th, and then you got Mick Schumacher in 6th. Well, not anymore, because Esteban Ocon is up to P12 as Carlos Sainz has done a purple middle sector. And Ocon 2nd. Alonso is now 5th for Alpine. And here comes Charles Leclerc, who goes quickest just about from George Russell. And Carlos Sainz goes way quicker than Leclerc and Russell, as Lando Norris goes all the way up to 2nd place. Lando proving yet again to be very quick in this session. As the two Red Bulls are on a lap, they both look to be very quick on their laps so far. But Norris is up in 2nd place. And Max Verstappen comes to the line and goes quickest by a couple tenths of a second. And then Sergio Perez goes 4.5 tenths quicker than Max Verstappen. Where on earth did that come from? And Red Bull miles clear of the rest of the field now. So, Perez is quickest from Verstappen in 2nd. And then 3rd is Sainz with Norris in 4th. And Charles Leclerc is in P5. And yeah, the nearest non-Red Bull, Carlos Sainz, 6 tenths of a second away from Perez. And yeah, Red Bull are looking very good for a possible front row. As Seb saying again, Red Bull in the last corner, affecting his concentration, also probably the turbulence, which you still have turbulence on F1 cars, despite them being mostly eliminated with these new regulations. But right, let's make sure the order on screen is correct. So currently in the top 10 on their way to Q3, Perez, Verstappen... Sorry, let me do that again. As Lewis Hamilton begins another flying lap. Perez, Verstappen, Sainz, Norris, Leclerc, Russell, Ocon, Vettel, Hamilton, and Alonso. What a top 10 of quality that is. And then in the drop zone, it is Tsunoda 11th, Ricciardo 12th, and then Stroll 13th, Schumacher 14th, and Zhou in 15th. Verstappen said, I don't know what happened. I had 0 rear grips, so weird. Maybe the conditions have caught him out, or somewhat. As Lewis Hamilton, by the way, has done a much better first sector than he did before. So Hamilton a lot more on the pace now. Let's see though what his middle sector is like. And it is better, but he's still 0.6 of a second away from Perez, as George Russell on a flying lap now. He's about to complete the first sector. And Russell, for the first sector, has gone quicker than he did before, but he's actually slower than Hamilton went in the first sector just now. And let's see what Lewis Hamilton does as he comes into the final corner now. And to the line he comes and goes second with a purple final sector. Only 3.5 away from the Red Bulls. So a bit better now from Mercedes. But is that because of the improvement of grip for the track? Who knows? George Russell now 0.7 of a second down on Perez after the first 2 sectors. And yeah, those first 2 sectors, Red Bull are so much quicker than everyone else. And the final sector, Mercedes doing a bit more damage there, but still, Red Bull have a pretty healthy gap between them and the next cars. As Russell now comes through the final corner and to the line. And George Russell goes into 4th place on a 124.9. So 2nd and 4th for Mercedes. And yeah. The top 10 now. Perez, Hamilton, Verstappen, Russell, Sainz, Norris, Leclerc, Ocon, Vettel, and Alonso. And with 4 minutes to go in the drop zone, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Stroll, Schumacher, and Zhou. Which is not really that surprising of a drop zone, I have to say. As we've now got all of the rest of the cars, except for the 2 Mercedes, now on the track on outlaps. Still in the pits, Lando Norris and the 2 Red Bulls of Perez and Verstappen. Verstappen probably should have another go here in Q2 because his lap wasn't, great. Lewis being told currently P2, 3.5. Perez and Hamilton responding in disbelief. 0.3. Can't believe it, but yeah. Red Bull, a lot quicker here. And it looks as though Hamilton is going for another flying lap. So clearly Mercedes filling that car up with a bit more fuel than expected. As we're now looking at Mick Schumacher in the Haas, currently 14th. The top 10 in his final race for Haas would be a great... not just send out for him, but a great message to send to the rest of the teams on the grid that, Mick absolutely is good enough for Formula 1. As Lance Stroll, currently 13th, begins his final attempt at getting into Q3. I think possibly for the first time ever at this track. He's not had the greatest first sector. But he's had a good run through the hairpin of turn 5. Very good run. Sebastian Vettel has done a brilliant first sector. Purple in the first sector. A couple hundredths quicker than Sergio Perez. As Mick Schumacher has not done the greatest first sector on his final flying lap. And Lance Stroll Now onto the second long DRS zone. And let's see what he's looking like compared to Alonso in P10. And he's currently 3/10 up. So if he keeps up this pace, maybe he'll make it into Q3. As Sebastian Vettel is showing some great pace right now. Vettel probably going to improve by 2 or 3 positions. As Mick Schumacher has done a brilliant middle sector, much better than Stroll. Looking good for Schumacher, as here comes Lance Stroll into the final corner. Can he get into Q3? To the line, he goes up to 8th. Not sure if that'll be good enough, though. Here comes Sebastian Vettel again, held up by a Red Bull ahead, and Sebastian goes 5th. That should be good enough, as Mick Schumacher now goes 8th for Haas. And Stroll, now the driver at risk, as we've got Zhou, Tsunoda and Ocon on flying laps. Here comes Zhou Guanyu to the line, and only P11. Not good enough in the end from Zhou. Here comes Tsunoda, who goes up to 8th. Brilliant lap from the Japanese star. And here comes Esteban Ocon, who goes 6th. Good final lap from Ocon. Leclerc now in the drop zone, as Ricciardo goes 8th for McLaren. Fernando Alonso goes 9th for Alpine. And Charles Leclerc now in the drop zone, but goes up to 2nd. As Lando Norris now in the drop zone, but I think Norris is on a lap. And yep, coming into the final corner now, as Carlos Sainz goes up to 3rd. Lando Norris goes 6th for McLaren, meaning that knocked out as Max Verstappen now goes up to 4th place, and Q2 is over and done with. And I believe that everyone has finished their final flying laps. I believe Fernando Alonso, yep, he's waving to the crowd. Fernando Alonso has been knocked out in Q2. What a surprise that is. We thought Alpine would be a bit quicker than that, but yeah, Q2 over and done with. Let me read out who is going through to the shootout of Q3. It will be Sergio Perez, Charles Leclerc, Carlos Sainz, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, George Russell, Sebastian Vettel, Esteban Ocon, and Daniel Ricciardo. Great to see Vettel and Ricciardo into Q3. Knocked out in Q2, though, Fernando Alonso, Yuki Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Lance Stroll, and Zhou Guanyu. And Q3 will be underway in about 3 to 4 minutes from now. And yeah, a further replay that Vettel got held up again behind a Red Bull. What is it about him and Red Bulls in the final corner this weekend? No idea why. Yeah, Q3, of course, will be a 12-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark. And yeah, to me, it looks as though Red Bull are definitely the clear favourites for pole position. Let me know, guys, in the chat, though. Do you agree or disagree? Do you think Red Bull are the clear favourites here for pole position? Or do you think that, what do you call it? Or do you think that maybe Mercedes or Ferrari could grab the final pole position of the season? Let me know quickly in chat. But just want to quickly say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because next season we'll be doing qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023. So yeah, bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe to the channel right there. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button, because it does help this channel grow. Yeah, Q3 in a couple minutes should be underway. My pick for pole is definitely Red Bull. And I'm going to stick with Max Verstappen getting pole position, but Sergio Perez clearly racing this weekend with a vengeance is looking very, very good. And what a turn-up that would be if Perez got pole and won the final race of the season. As, Sky F1 just currently going through their ad breaks. And maybe the next season we'll see a more aggressive Sergio Perez mentally. And you never know how that could play out. Especially if there's a close fight for the championship next season. And if Max, doesn't have the smoothest time next season, you never know how things could play out. But, here's a replay of Vettel complaining, saying, how is that possible? 3 times in a row, I get these people, they don't back off. It's a 10th in the last corner. He'll be hoping that doesn't happen in Q3, because he could be on Vettel for an 8th or even a 7th on the grid. If he really produces, the laps like he's been doing so far in this session. So, looking good for Vettel, but needs a bit of help in that aspect. As we're looking at Esteban Ocon in the Alpine garage. And great job by Ocon. As I said, Ocon has been quicker than Alonso this weekend. Alonso's not amazingly quick around this track. And Ocon driving well. And looking good. And as long as he gets, say 9th or better, I think Alpine will be satisfied with that. Because obviously the chances of them losing 4th in the championship are very unrealistic at this point. McLaren would need Norris to finish in 2nd place and and Ricciardo to finish in 10th, for example, for them to overturn it in their favour. Or if McLaren finished in 4th and 5th, like they did in Singapore, then it would be overturned in McLaren's favour, but only if Alpine did not score. Say if McLaren did finish in 4th and 5th, Alpine would have to score, I think, 2 points or less for McLaren to overturn the deficit. But realistically, that's not possible. As it looks as though Ferrari mechanics are getting Charles Leclerc's car ready. And with Ferrari, obviously 2nd and 3rd in Q2 there, I don't think realistically they are in the fight for pole here, because they set their best laps at the very end of the session, and Sergio Perez did not do, I don't believe, a final run in Q2. So, Red Bull are still the team, really, to beat. And Mercedes, we'll see how they get on. Obviously, they set their times a bit earlier in the session. So, maybe if they do their, best laps a bit later in the session, along with everyone else, maybe they'll end up, a bit better off. As now we patiently wait for the beginning of the final Q3 of the season. And the contenders for pole look to be, really, Perez and Max Verstappen. I hope that Mercedes and Ferrari can fight for pole, but realistically at this point it is looking unlikely, I have to say. As Q3 should be underway in the next few seconds or so. As there's Binotto on the pit wall. Funny thing, by the way, with Binotto, because before that story came out about him being replaced, he was not planning on coming to this Grand Prix, I don't believe. But then turned up at this Grand Prix, so interesting timing. Maybe he was planning to come to this race, I'm not sure, but just interesting timing there from Ferrari and Binotto. As there's plenty of fans in the stands cheering on their favourite drivers. And thoroughly excited for what's going to happen here in Q3 as the green light goes on. And Q3 is underway, and in about 50 seconds from now, I'll sync up the timer on my screen. at the 11-minute mark. As the two Mercedes are the first cars on track. And then it is the two Ferrari cars. And then you'd think it'd be the two Red Bulls, but I'm not sure it necessarily will work out like that. But looking at qualifying so far, whoever gets their final lap in qualifying in 11 minutes from now will benefit a lot, because the track improving all the time with the rubber going down and getting quicker and quicker. As Verstappen shaking his head about something. They were going to release Verstappen then from the garage, but he's now shaking his head. Something wrong with the Red Bull there, I think, briefly. Maybe gear selection issues or something. And now comes out of the garage. But Max not looking very... not looking quite himself, I guess you could say. So far today, obviously was behind Perez in practice 3, and in qualifying so far, Perez has been, either right with him or quicker, and was quite a bit quicker in Q2, as Lewis Hamilton will be the first person to start a flying lap in Q3. Can Lewis Hamilton seriously fight for pole position? He hasn't had a pole position, Hamilton, since Saudi Arabia in 2021. Can he get pole finally in 2022? The final time in 2022. Not sure what his first sector's looking like. They've not shown any data in regards to that. As Hamilton has done a better first sector than Russell. And Hamilton now into the turn 6 and 7 chicane. Probably the weakest part of the track for Mercedes is obviously the two long DRS zones with that chicane as well. And that's really where they're losing the majority of the time, is that middle sector. And much better middle sector, though, for Hamilton than he did, I think, before. Russell, though, going even quicker by about a tenth of a second compared to Lewis Hamilton. As Hamilton now into the final sector. Sergio Perez was quickest, I think, with a 1:24.4, was it? In Q2. So let's see what Hamilton does here for the first run in Q3. It's a 1:24.6, which is good, but not quite good enough. As George Russell goes second, only slightly slower than Lewis Hamilton. So good laps from there from Mercedes, but they'll need a bit more than that if they're going to get pole. As Carlos Sainz has done a purple first and second sector. Perez has only done the first sector, though, so far in his lap. Leclerc now into the final corner. Where will he go in comparison to the two Mercedes? Leclerc goes quickest by 0.3 of a second, is it? Yes, it is. Quite a good lap there, as Carlos Sainz now goes quickest by a further 0.5 of a second on a 1:24.2, as Sergio Perez has now done a purple middle sector. With Ocon now up to 5th place. And here comes Sergio Perez into the final two corners now. Can Perez get onto provisional pole? Oh, big moment in the final corner. But he still goes up to second, does Sergio Perez. So Carlos Sainz on provisional pole, and Max has not done a purple first or second sector. And Perez, had a big moment in the final corner, understeering wide. So he definitely cost himself a tenth or two in that final corner. And he's only nearly 0.5 off, as here comes Max Verstappen to the line. Brilliant final sector. 0.3 of a second quicker than Carlos Sainz. And Max Verstappen is on to provisional pole position with a 1:23.9. And yeah, he's 0.3 quicker than Sainz, and also 0.3 quicker than Sergio Perez, 3.5 quicker than Leclerc. 7/10 quicker than Hamilton and Russell as well. And yeah, you've got Ocon in 7th. Norris and Ricciardo have not come out on track, so clearly they're trying to save a set of tyres for the final run. And Ricciardo now on an outlap, and so is Sebastian Vettel. Let's see how Vettel can do with this lap. But yeah, a brilliant effort there by Verstappen. Not having the greatest day today, not having the greatest session. But then, you know, when it matters most, Q3 bangs in a brilliant lap, and it's going to take something special to unseat Max Verstappen from pole position. No doubt about it. By the way, guys, make sure that you remember that I will be, after qualifying finishes, sticking around for about 25-30 minutes to react with you guys to whatever happens in, obviously, the rest of Q3 and, you know, for qualifying in general. As Sebastian Vettel starts what might be his final qualifying lap of his entire career. Hopefully, he makes it a good one. And his first sector is only a 10th down on Max Verstappen, so good first sector for Sebastian, as he now comes into the middle sector where the Aston Martin should be, like the Mercedes, at its weakest. One thing I will do quickly before we get into the end of qualifying, the last 5 minutes, is have a quick drink, because as you can hear, my throat not in the best condition. As Sebastian Vettel comes up to the middle sector point, and he is 0.666 of a second down on Max Verstappen for the first two sectors. And this will probably put Vettel up to P7 on the grid as he comes into now the final few corners and exits turn 14 very well. Flat through turn 15 and into the final corner of 16. And Sebastian Vettel comes to the line, and indeed by quite a margin compared to Esteban Ocon, Sebastian Vettel goes up to 7th place. Only a quarter of a second slower than Russell in the Mercedes, and 0.6 of a second quicker than Esteban Ocon. What a lap. As Ricciardo now on a flying lap. And Ricciardo set to go, probably quicker than Ocon and up to 8th place. Whether he'll stay there is a completely different story. As Sainz and Leclerc now on an outlap. Ocon and Norris on an outlap as well. As Ricciardo now coming into the final two corners. And into the final corner he comes. Good run through the final corner. And goes, indeed, up to 8th place. About, 3/4 of a 10th slower than Sebastian Vettel. So Vettel 7th, Ricciardo 8th now. As is a replay of what happened to Carlos Sainz in the final corner. And just showing with that replay how close he was to exceeding the track limits rather than him actually exceeding the track limits. And Verstappen keeping all four wheels just about. Well, not all four wheels, but making sure that all four wheels did not go over the white line just about. So good driving there from Verstappen and Carlos Sainz as well. As Vettel and Ricciardo will now come back into the pit lane. And the rest, Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, Ocon and Norris will then go for a final attempt here in qualifying. Who will get pole position? Will it be Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, Leclerc, Hamilton or Russell? Let me know, guys, in the live chat. As we are currently looking at Sergio Perez, is this? Yes, it is. Perez, remember, made a mistake in the final corner. Probably would have still ended up at the minute in second place. But yeah, Red Bull desperate definitely to get a front row lockout here with the great pace they have. As here comes Charles Leclerc. He's had pole 9 times this season, and he's now going for his 10th in the final race of the season as he's slightly down on Max Verstappen in the first sector. But did understeer a bit in the hairpin, so not a great run to start the middle sector. As Lando Norris has had a good first sector. Carlos Sainz has not improved his first sector, which is a bit concerning. But the first sector here not really massively important. As Leclerc coming up to the middle sector time beam. And he's only a 10th down on Verstappen. So if he has a very good final sector, he might just about get onto provisional pole position. Here comes Leclerc into the final few corners. Norris, 4.5 only down on Verstappen. Norris could end up with at least P7 here, if not better. As Sainz has not improved his middle sector either. As Charles Leclerc into the final corner now. Exits the final corner and comes to the line. Purple final sector, but ends up only in second. And Max Verstappen has now done a purple middle sector as Ocon has gone 7th. Lando Norris now goes up to P7. Great job by Norris. Here comes Carlos Sainz. Improves the final sector but stays in 3rd. Sergio Perez now does a purple middle sector as the checkered flag now falls. Hamilton did a purple first sector on his lap. Here comes Verstappen, who improves by a 10.5. Sergio Perez comes to the line and only goes second. 2/10 down on Verstappen. A poor final sector in the end, but it's 1-2 for Red Bull at the moment. Here comes Lewis Hamilton to the line now. And stays in 5th, a poor final sector. And Russell also, well, has a decent final sector, but stays in 6th position. So, guys, that is qualifying done for the final time this season and for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Let me read out your starting grid for tomorrow's final Grand Prix of the season. It's a Red Bull front row. Max Verstappen on pole from Sergio Perez 2nd. Charles Leclerc is 3rd. Carlos Sainz is 4th. Ferrari producing better pace, but yeah, clearly slower than Red Bull, no doubt about that. So yeah, Leclerc 3rd, Sainz 4th, Hamilton 5th, Russell 6th. Mercedes disappointing in the end. Lando Norris 7th, Ocon 8th, Vettel 9th, Ricciardo 10th, Alonso 11th, Tsunoda 12th, Schumacher 13th, Stroll 14th, Zhou 15th, Magnussen 16th, Gasly 17th, Bottas 18th, Albon 19th, and Nicholas Latifi completes the rear of the field. Here's a replay of Hamilton in turn 14, and oh, that's why he didn't improve his final sector. He got some oversteer. I'm not sure, though, he would have gone any higher than P5. So, yeah, disappointing for Mercedes in the end, and they're going to struggle to win tomorrow's Grand Prix. And make sure to stick around, guys, for another, say, 25-30 minutes, because I will be reacting with you guys to what's happened in qualifying today. And I will post the link out for the stream in a couple places in a moment. I just want to quickly, though, set up a poll in the chat asking you guys, who do you think was the driver of the day today in qualifying? Who do you think was driver of the day in qualifying today in Abu Dhabi? And the options I will give are Verstappen. Who else? I'm going to say Perez. And then, what do you call it? Vettel. And I'll put Tsunoda in there as well, because I thought P12 was a very good effort from Tsunoda. And yeah, there you go. So let me know, guys, in this poll, Brooke has just reminded me that Ricciardo does indeed have a 3-place grid penalty. So it'll be Alonso 10th, Tsunoda 11th, Schumacher 12th, Ricciardo 13th. Thanks for reminding me of that. But make sure to vote, guys, in that poll at the top of the live chat. Who is your driver of the day for qualifying today? Mine is Sebastian Vettel. Let me know whether you agree or disagree. But I'm going to quickly post a link out for the stream in a couple places, and then we'll get into some of this reaction. So just give me a couple minutes, guys. Come join us here for instant reaction to qualifying in Abu Dhabi. And I'll just quickly post the link back out on Twitter, and then we will get into your comments. And that's basically what we do, obviously, in the reaction for qualifying. So let me just quickly do that. Come join us here for instant reaction to qualifying for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And I'll just do a few hashtags, and yeah, I'll get cracking and, you know, reading your comments. That poll, by the way, will be at the top of the chat probably until the end of the stream, which will be in about 30 minutes from now. So yeah, make sure to vote if you have not already. That's Verstappen already being interviewed on the grid. Right, let me just quickly do this. So let me just do a few more hashtags. And right, so that should be enough. And yeah, that's all good, all done. And now I will read out what you guys have to say in regards to, you know, what you guys thought of qualifying here in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, let me know. What do you think of the battle for pole? Verstappen on pole, Perez second, Leclerc third, Sainz fourth, Hamilton fifth, Russell sixth. Depressingly, you know, simple in the end, you know, team by team. But yeah, that's the way it ended up. And let me know what you thought of the midfield fight. And again, your driver of the day. But also let me know, you know, any other drivers you want to shout out. You know, Tsunoda, Schumacher. Again, you want to shout out for good performances in qualifying today. And maybe if you want, give me some early thoughts going into the race tomorrow. The race will definitely be a bit more exciting than qualifying today, which has been a bit disappointing in terms of its, you know, end result. Because obviously Ferrari will go backwards, Mercedes will go forwards. Alonso, I'm sure, make progress from P10 on the grid. Ricciardo probably from 13th on the grid will make some progress because obviously he's a bit quicker than 13th. And, you know, Gasly, Bottas, Stroll, they'll make progress as well. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting Grand Prix. Won't be the greatest race in the world, but it'll be an interesting enough final race of the season. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Tracksuits Ferraris over Mercs, says Astro Stevo. Yep, in the end, in terms of qualifying pace, yes, that is true. In the first two sectors, especially the middle sector, Ferrari way too quick compared to Mercedes. Mercedes losing a lot of time in that middle sector. And the reason is because that middle sector is the worst type of sector you could have. You know, long straights and then the corners in that part of the track are slow. And we know Mercedes struggle in those slower corners. So, yeah, it's a depressing performance from Mercedes, but I'm sure we will see better from them tomorrow. And we'll get a good fight for the podium, there's no doubt about it, between Ferrari and Mercedes. But I've got to be honest, I think Red Bull are probably going to run away with the race tomorrow, and I would be very surprised if Red Bull do not get a 1-2 in the race tomorrow, because they look to have the best pace this weekend, and Mercedes will be preoccupied with Ferrari. So yeah, Red Bull looking very, very good to win the final Grand Prix and take their 17th win of the season. And obviously, if Verstappen was to win, Verstappen would take his 15th win, would it be, of the season? I think. Yeah, 15th win of the season. As, right. Let's just have a look on Twitter at the minute to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. But, no, can't see anything at the minute. Rook says, barring incident between drivers, Red Bull should vanish into the distance, but interesting battle as the Mercs close in on the Scuderia on race pace. LLCP says Mercedes 1 and 2 tomorrow. That would be something special if they were able to do that. Astro Steel says Perez versus Leclerc might be a good contest tomorrow night if Charles can get ahead of Checo at the start. Yeah, it would be a good to see, Leclerc versus Perez. But realistically, Perez is going to win that fight, isn't he? Because Red Bull are just simply quicker. And Perez, pretty quick so far this weekend. So yeah, it should be a comfortable 1-2. And thankfully for Red Bull, Max won't have to do anything to help Checo finish second in the championship. Because as it stands, Perez will finish second, even if Leclerc gets the fastest lap point, of course. Let's find some other comments here. Harrison Cases, Mercedes have a huge gap to make up next year. I see more of the same Red Bull domination, honestly. Love it. I don't think it'll be more of the same next year because, again, Red Bull, because of the cost cap violation, they'll have a further cut of, I think, 7% for the wind tunnel testing time that they're allowed next season. And even with that, they have less wind tunnel testing time next year anyway because they finished higher in the championship. So they won't be able to develop their car as much as they have this season. And Mercedes will be able to develop a lot more next season. So as long as Mercedes start the season off at least half a second closer to Red Bull, then things could get interesting second half of the season. But yeah, I wouldn't, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people out there were betting on Verstappen and Red Bull as, the favourites for 2023, because obviously at the minute and this season they have looked incredibly good, and we don't think Ferrari are really going to get their act together, of course. So just looking at Max's pole position lap, a 1:23.8. Let's see how quick that is in comparison to last year's pole position. Obviously the track layout was altered for last year. And Max's pole position last year was a 1:22.1, so 1.7 seconds slower this year. And, Max on pole was a 22.1. Daniel Ricciardo actually ended up 10th in last year's qualifying on a 23.4. So it does show you just how much slower these cars are. And if Max had done that lap time a year ago, he would have ended up starting 11th or 12th on the grid. So, yeah. But I'm sure next year, and definitely 2024, these cars will start to break the lap records again. I have no doubt about that. Because, they're not a million miles away from breaking those records, those lap records. Abu Dhabi usually disappoints. Wish I could expect a better, but this track is shit. You have to remember, though, the track alterations, they definitely have improved things. We saw that last year partly, but also these cars can follow and race a lot better. So don't be too, downward looking going into tomorrow's race, because I think we will get a better race than expected. It won't be a great race. It won't be like a classic, but it'll be probably, I don't know, a 5, 6 out of 10, which is, for this Grand Prix, we've had way worse a lot of times. So let's find some other comments here if I can in the chat. Corey says, hopefully Verstappen will help Vettel. Boom, 1-2, see you all tomorrow. Cheers, thanks, Chaz, and smash the like button. Cheers, Finster. And yeah, as he said. Find some more comments here if I can. Vinster also was saying, if I was Sebastian, I'd be finding a limit on the car today. No See Music says, I will bet anyone Max will not win another championship. And then Crystal Racing responding right after that saying, you're saying Max is the new Alonso. I think, well, Alonso, I think really the way his career has panned out is not a common thing, making so many poor decisions as to his own behavior, but also who he decided to, race for at particular times. But for Verstappen, all he needs to do is stay at Red Bull. Obviously, I showed that prediction video that I did a few weeks ago earlier. And I said that Verstappen, I think, will stay with Red Bull until the end of the decade. He might even stay with Red Bull Verstappen for his whole career. But if he does stay with them until the end of the decade, I think Max will, I think Max will, have some great success, win more championships for sure, and will be, absolutely fine. Right, let's find some other comments here if I can. Harrison Case is off topic, but anyone excited for the World Cup? I think we, Netherlands, could do a little damage, so I'm looking forward to it. I'll be honest, I'm not looking forward that much to the World Cup, which is a shame, because I used to love the World Cup, and I used to look forward to international tournaments in general so much, but, yeah, it's not just the time of year, but obviously where it's being held, and the conditions for it, and I don't mean, the weather, I mean, obviously the, social, human rights and all that. It's just really, it's really left a sour taste in my mouth. Obviously, I will watch the World Cup. I will tune into as many games as I can. Obviously, I'll be supporting England. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to this as much as I would normally. I'm looking forward a lot more to the next World Cup, which is in USA, Mexico, and Canada in 4 years' time. Which, to be honest, I mean, depends obviously where I'm at in my life in 4 years. It wouldn't be too bad of an option to maybe attend the World Cup in 4 years' time. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to it as much as I normally would. But another reason why I'm not looking forward to it maybe as much as I normally would is I don't think England are going to do that well. I think we'll probably come through the group, top of the group, but I don't think we'll play very well. But I think most likely we're going to get to the quarterfinals and then get bounced out by just a simply better team. And yeah, I don't think we're going to play that great either. And remember that, English footballers aren't used to playing in such humid, hot conditions. So, yeah, I don't see England getting to the final or anything like that. My prediction for the World Cup is I think Spain are going to win the World Cup, which you may think is a massive surprise, but the reasons behind that is the last Euros, Spain were very good, and if they had beaten Italy in that penalty shootout in the semis, I think Spain probably would have beaten England in the final because they were a very good team. They're a very young team as well, full of energy in that. And Also, I think their manager's pretty good as well, and I think they're a very good team. So yeah, I'm going to go Spain to win the World Cup. And who will they beat in the final? Not sure, but I think Spain are going to win the World Cup. But yeah, if you guys want to comment anything football-wise, obviously with the World Cup starting tomorrow, you can go for it if you want. But yeah. Individual one says, how did Budweiser not know there'd be alcohol ban, bad management? Well, I think the Qataris, they had said, or at least conceded, that, alcohol would be sold within the stadium, but then changed their mind. So, but yeah, I'm sure it will be a bit harder to enjoy the World Cup if you're going there in person and you're from the West. World Cup already over. England beat Pakistan. T20 cricket. Qatar should never have had the Soccer World Cup. Disgraceful, really. Yeah. I mean, we all know why they got the World Cup. It was because of, bribes, money. The same reason for Russia, really. Thankfully, the next World Cup in America and, North America, USA, Mexico, Canada, is for, natural reasons. And let's hope that, the awarding of World Cups in the future will be because, it's the best bid rather than who pays the most money. Harrison cases are here on that. Not ideal at all, but such is life, unfortunately. I live in the States. I'll be going to the next one for sure. Yeah. If you are a soccer or football fan, whatever you want to call it, and you are living in America, then yeah, in 4 years' time, thankfully it'll be held in the summer like it should be. It'll be an exciting experience. Because, World Cups, obviously, once every 4 years. England haven't hosted a World Cup since, 1966, is it? So, and we're probably never going to host one. So, or never host one again. So, yeah. Cherish it if you are able to be in the same country as the World Cup. Cheers for that comment, by the way, G Walker. Astro Steve says, country that wins it should get to host it next time. Yeah, you could do that, but then again, I mean, the team that always wins it, or maybe wins it, doesn't necessarily have the best, infrastructure to host a World Cup, and then you would possibly get a situation where maybe the same nation for a 20, 30 year span hosts the World Cup, like Brazil or something like that. I mean, obviously France would be hosting the World Cup this year if it worked like that. But yeah. I mean, my opinion on it, simply, and this goes for the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix and sport doing business with the Middle East, is if the Middle East is unable to or not willing to respect human rights, then that's their choice, but we should not be doing business with them if they don't want to adapt to the times and evolve like everybody else has. But, money talks at the end of the day. That's the way the world works. Right, let me read out a couple more comments, I think, and then we'll get to the end of this stream. Yeah, Vettel did make Q3. Finished up in P9. And My Eyes Hurt says, let's go Seb. Simon says, Fernando is the greatest driver. If you do not believe me, just ask Fernando. He will agree with me. Let's find a final one if we can. Astro Stevo saying, Red Bull deserves some penalties and bad luck. The number of drivers they have stuffed around and ruined. And Marco Catania says, feel like Ferrari will comfortably beat Merc tomorrow. Well, maybe, you'd think that after what's happened so far in qualifying. But yeah, if you go and look at the long run data from Friday, obviously held in conditions in practice 2 that are going to be identical to what we're going to see in the race, Mercedes were about 0.3 of a second per lap on average quicker. So yeah, not going to be the greatest race in the world for Ferrari, and they'll do well to finish on the podium, I think, for Ferrari. Thankfully, though, they got a all second row lockout to protect themselves from Mercedes behind. But before I go, guys, let me just finish up the poll and end the poll that I started, 20 minutes ago? And there was 116 votes in total, and I asked you guys, who do you think was driver of the day in qualifying today in Abu Dhabi? You guys voted for Sebastian Vettel, 43% of the vote. Second, Max Verstappen, 34% of the vote. Sergio Perez was third, 18% of the vote, and Yuki Tsunoda fourth, 4% of the vote. Nice to see that someone, or at least a couple people, voted for Yuki Tsunoda there. But yeah, cheers for voting on that, guys. And yeah, I agree. Sebastian Vettel, definitely the driver of the day. But guys, that is it for qualifying day in Abu Dhabi and the qualifying watch along. And of course, this is the final qualifying watch along of the season 2022. Been great to do this in 2022. We've had some pretty epic qualifying sessions this year. It's been a bit more unpredictable than the races have this season. But yeah, like I said, I will be bringing it back, obviously, for next season. And I cannot wait to see what it's like in Bahrain at the first weekend of March. March the 4th, I think it is, 2023. Can't wait to see how the pace is looking compared to right now. But guys, thank you so much for coming around for this stream. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we'll be doing qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023. And don't forget to come along to my stream tomorrow. I go live at 11 AM UK time, 2 hours before the race starts. Firstly, for the race preview from 11:30 till 12:30 PM. 11 AM till 12:30 PM, not 11:30. From 11 AM till 12:30 PM will be the preview for the race. Then from 12:30 till 3 PM UK time will be the race watch along. The race starts at 1 PM UK time. Also, for the final time this season, my co-commentator Niblo will be joining me for the final Grand Prix. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And of course, I'll be live on Monday night at 6 PM UK time to review fully the 2022 Formula 1 season. So don't forget to subscribe for that content coming up. And don't forget, if you haven't already, on your way out, to smash the like button. Would be much appreciated, as it of course does help the channel grow. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 or ChazHD on Twitter to keep up with the content on this channel. And don't forget as well to join our Discord server, link below in the description. But guys, cheers for qualifying day today, and until my race watch along stream tomorrow starting at 11 AM UK time and the final race day of the season in Abu Dhabi, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.